All right. How's that? Can you hear me? Oop, I have to silence. Okay, that's muted. How's that? No kickback. We're not echoing or anything. Sorry, I had a catastrophic uh, sculpting day today, or a recording day today. Uh, you yesterday everything was recording great, and then today all I heard was, and I was just like, oh my god, where'd it come from? It my UPS died last night, so there it is, the joy. Now, Henry, can you be heard? Are we hearing desktop audio? Say something. Nope. Okay. So why is that not work? What do I have not set on the right thing? Here, so it has to go through Cintiq. Yeah. Oh, that one. Sorry, I changed all settings today. Today was a setting madhouse. Okay, say something.
Something.
There we go. Okay.
Hooray.
Woo! That wasn't painful, was it? No. Every beginning of my stream is, hey, let's watch Tomas realize he's still, after how many years, cannot use OBS. Oh my god, it's so painful. All right. Okay, so today we're going to do a little sculpting. I figured we'll do a little masking and extruding and projecting, or maybe we'll do masking and then cutting it out. I think that might be more interesting. Um, but like I said, if anybody has any questions or anything, we're always here to help you do what you want to do in ZBrush. Move my whole setup's still a mess. Sorry, guys. I got a little laptop tray for the keyboard and everything, and it just wasn't working. I instantly got a pain right here. It was super weird. Um, but as soon as I get a check for this gig that I did, I'm going to buy little armrests, and hopefully that'll solve that problem. Ergonomics, super important. That's good. All right, that's good size. So, how is everyone doing tonight? We're audible. Everybody's good. Right on, right on. Oh, you know what we're gonna make? Hold on.
What are we going to make?
I have a model in here somewhere of an eye or AirTag. So we're gonna make an AirTag case. Ooh. Hmm. I know it's here somewhere. Isn't it called an AirTag? What are those Apple things?
Yeah, AirTag.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Let's try. Oh. Mm. Is there a space in the word? I know I have a model of it. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. All right. I don't know. Plugging and unplugging everything today. I've completely decimated my system. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is we'll still do it. Your tag's a little thicker. It's like that. And then it has cylinder. And then it has, let's see. Because we were just looking at AirTag cases and they suck. So we're going to make a cool one. I am not Shane. Sorry about that, guys. They're like, oh, I quit then.
I tried to change the title, but it won't let me for some reason.
Yeah, no, it
Stopped letting me a little while ago.
I think that whatever that is, they it like says that it doesn't have the right permissions or whatever it is. But that's okay. We'll make this work. Uh-oh.
It changed.
What's that?
Said I think it changed. It says critique session. It's not what I typed in because this isn't a crit session, but it did change.
Well, that's okay. We'll figure it out. Wrong one. And it does something like that. Little flat. And then this is a little thinner. Okay, we're going to call it that. Hey, son, how's it going? Is there a way to set up a symmetry line in the scene? For some reason, I can't have it perfectly in the center of my subtools. Oh, well, I mean, all of your subtools, or is there one that's a problem? Because, I mean, local symmetry will go to the center, and then you can move that to the center of the world. Answer that question for me, Logain. I'd be happy to help you with that. Well, so, I mean, you can always turn on floor, and that'll give you your axis lines, and you can use those feasibly. Is that what you need? So if we go here, like if this is out here, and you're trying to use the room, that can also cause you trouble. Center will always take you to the center of the object, though. and then just hit home, and that'll take it to the center of the world. Does that help? Or if you have a like a graphic of the problem. Pushing 17 years I've been doing ZBrush, so it's been a little while. No, no, if you go to the gizmo and you hit this little pen, that'll take, so here, let me stretch this out. So, you know, obviously that's not center, right? If you hit the pen, see how it will always take you to the center of the object. And then you hit the home button, and that takes the center of the objects and places it in the center of the world. Yeah.
And the home button is the little house.
Yes. The little house is center of the world. Center of the world, Ma. Chim trimmery, chim trimmery, chim chim cherry. If it doesn't work, tell me, and then like take a screenshot or something. We can look at what the issue is. Hello, Eric. It happens. I often throw stuff off in the wrong language. Okay. So, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. What do you think I did?
Tried too hard.
Right?
You wanted it too much.
I did. It totally did. We're just going to Dynamesh this. The move went very well, and actually where I'm living is really lovely. It's wonderful. And I've been exercising. I do like a 4-mile walk in the morning along the beach. It's really lovely. Then I come back and work. I mean, you know, this looks good, but the rest of the house is an absolute disaster because we just jammed it in there, you know. So there's still a lot of unpacking to do. Peeking out there. But no, it's fantastic. And I went down and saw the workspace. That there's a gentleman named Alligator Jesus who I'm going to be collaborating with, and he's expanding his boutique in downtown LA, and we been looking at the space, and it's pretty awesome. It's going to be very, very cool. We're going to be able to do some really neat stuff. And I'm hoping that we can stream some of the stuff we're doing there, because that's going to be fun. And those will be cool projects that are fun to watch and stuff. So let's see what we can do with bringing that stuff to you guys as well in some format. One format or another, we'll figure it out. Or we won't.
Who knows?
I don't, obviously. Right? That's pretty clear. I locked myself out using the wrong password today, so don't hold out high hopes that I'm going to have the solution. But at the farmer's market, we found some really fantastic eucalyptus honey. And you can take 1 spoonful and put it in just hot water, and it's super eucalyptusy and just a touch of sweet. It's great. Well, this is an iTag or AirTag or whatever. And I had decided that AirTag cases are horrible. So we're going to work on an AirTag case. And then, you know, we'll do question and answers. And if this leads us somewhere else, oh, I have a radial 100. That's why. That's taking some. I'm like, why is that doing? Go. Not what I wanted to do. No. Let's start with. We don't need it. But I need to. Okay, so we have this. Let's actually duplicate this. We are going to divide it. Look, this is the wrong UI, Henry.
That's all right. You can have your personal one.
No, I can't get used to using one and then
You'll be hunting even more.
yeah, that'll make me nuts. I'm assuming this 1:17, 12:39 p.m. That looks right, right? Yeah. Preferences, config,
Your hotkeys work?
or configuration. Yes, they do. Look at that. Boop, boop. Other cases, just, I mean, honestly, AirTags have already saved me only because they tell you when you leave things behind. So as you walk away from something, it'll go ding, ding, you're leaving it behind. I'm like, oh my God, I've already done it. So I'm a complete fan of AirTags. I love people who are like, oh no, you can track someone with it. Well, of course you can. It's a tracking thing. It's like, but you can like buy things on whatever that Amazon to track people too. I mean, it's just this one works. It's just silly. I find it ridiculous that we're like, oh no, we're not going to be able to. They're going to have to make them where they don't work because you know you can slip one in someone's purse and trace them. I'm like, yeah, but you can also just follow them. You know, I mean, it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'll accept that I could be off, but kind of I accept it. Oh, I know. All right, so now what we are going to do, we are going to push a dab. Let's detect edges. Let me sharpen these edges real quick. SK trim. 100. Hopefully it'll detect that edge. Right, exactly. That's my whole thing. It's like, oh, well, stalkers can use it. But yes, so can you with your child. You know, I mean, it's just, I, Henry thinks I'm crabby, old man. The youths of today just don't understand. The youths. So how was everyone's week? Anyone do anything exciting and wonderful?
Hmm.
You do anything exciting and wonderful?
I had a good week, but I don't think I did anything.
Well, that's good in its own
I mean,
right.
yeah, that might have been what made it good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that sounds great. Well, we're going to use it as a plug, so let's keep that long just so we're not doing any of that. And then we're going to do trim front. Touch symmetry back on. I'm in California now. No, I'll tell you what, I've been very happy with the new house. And I have to say that I don't feel like I could have left the Pacific Northwest at a better time. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Both those are great. Okay, detect edges. There are no creases yet. Adaptive. Let's turn this on so we can see it. See remesh. No one wants the stomach flu. And like 4 people who got COVID. And I was like, oh no. I was supposed to have a meeting with one and he canceled. And then my friend was supposed to come visit. And then he was like, I kind of feel sick. I'm not going to come. And they drove back up to the Bay Area. And then, needless to say, he got COVID. I'm very glad he didn't visit. I'll tell you, normally I think there's a grand myth of how bad the weather is up north. Actually, it's been amazing. Oops. Okay, you can't have turn symmetry off here. Let's try that again. Should go a little quicker. I mean, I love the Pacific Northwest. It's beautiful. You can kayak with whales. It's pretty rad. But I have to say, this is a neat little community because it's not very busy. It's pretty quiet. I live out. I'm up on Oxnard Shores. Yeah, especially depending on where you live. When I first moved to Seattle, I mean, when I first moved to San Francisco, I was house sitting for a friend out in the avenues. I don't think I saw the sun for a month. I was like, this place sucks. And then we went to the mission. I was like, oh my God, there's sun? What the hell? I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute. We're like 2 miles away. Yeah, that was, ooh, that's ugly. Hmm. I wonder, is that just yeah, it's just a really ugly. Let's dynamite first. That'll get rid of that weird geometry. Did you hear me say geometry? Hmm.
Geometry.
That geometry. Yeah, I loved San Francisco too, but you're right. It had to. It was tough because it was. Well, I went up for James and the Giant Peach, but it never. Well, it was up for Nightmare Before Christmas, and then they were going to slide into James and the Giant Peach, and I stayed up there, and James and the Giant Peach got put off. So, yeah, not not the best. But at that time, it was funny. Me and my friend would go down. I want to say it's 8th Avenue or 8th Street, wherever Britex Fabric was. And that was the corner that the Filipino kids would hustle chess. And so me and Ian would hustle chess with the Filipinos. So um, we were like the only non-Filipinos there hustling chess. It was good fun. And yeah, paid my rent hustling chess for a little while. Ah, those were the days. And those days are gone. My chess game sucks now. I can't remember anything to save my life anymore. I should have held that better. Whatever. One more time. That'll do. Yeah, turn adaptable. $567, perfect. We're gonna that'll be enough for now. All right. We're going to divide. Resolution, that'll do. Nope, tonight we're just sculpting. I mean, I'll gladly answer questions and stuff, but we're going to do sculpting. Because we used to have it where like there were 15 people left at the end of every crit session, but now we finish early, so I figure we'll just do it every other week. We do crits every other week, and then that way. We're gonna do a custom case for an air tag. Because the AirTag cases are underwhelming at best. Is there something that you would who's my favorite sculptor? That's hard. Like I'm a really big fan of Henry Moore. You know, you can't go wrong with Rodin. Yeah, I don't know. That's so hard to say because I like so many different people for different things, you know. Yeah, I think that would be a very hard question for me to answer. Oh, Apple makes these little tracky things that you put on your keys, and they sent me this to show me an AirTag case, and that's what they have, these plastic things, and that's ridiculous. So we're going to make something more interesting. Yeah, that'd be mean. We don't want poor old. Wow, what is up with that? Um, I mean, like, I have to admit that I do like the huge cause sculptures now. His see-through things. I think it's great that he converted into gallery stuff because I like his stuff. It's fun. Ooh, the button. And missing buttons. Preference. Enable custom. We're probably gonna Henry, will you remind me to make sure to save the UI after tonight?
Sure.
Because I'm going to leave it open because I'm sure there are going to be other things that are going to be missing. Okay.
Every time you do a change, just go ahead and store. Because if you crash,
Good
you won't
point.
remember to redo it.
You're right. I want configuration. Okay. Mm. Mhm. Yeah, it'd be cool if they hired a sculptor, that's for sure. Because I do think that all of the two-dimensional stuff, it definitely um I definitely think that they could view things a little bit more sculpturally. I would tend to agree with, because it does all start out as graphic instead of something that was conceived as a dimensional object. Oh, right. Oh, I took one of my earrings off because I was recording. I'm like, I'm not chiming right now. What's wrong? I find I find that a lot of just like popular product design really could use a sculptor. I've done a few non-disclosure stuff that should be hitting the market soon, um, with the headphone industry, and there's some cool stuff coming down the pipeline in that sort of little world. Just people reconceiving how we interact with our tools and stuff. So that's fun. And once again, if anyone wants to chat to ask questions or something like that, we do have the Discord thing. Are we in the Discord thing, Beth?
No, we're in a like DM call.
No, we should probably.
But now that you've said it, we can jump in. Usually, when you sculpt your own thing, we don't do that.
We don't.
No.
Earrings. I feel naked, not shy. Much better. See, so much better. I'm gonna have to keep going back to this interface. That's why I could never run two interfaces at the same time. That would make me crazy.
Yeah, I can
Or
see that.
crazy. Or I definitely have to qualify that one, right? We're not reviewing tonight. Tonight we're just sculpting. We'll do the crits every other week until we get to the point where we really, like, for a while there we had a whole lot where we kept having massive holdovers. You know, like we weren't even getting close to getting them done every week. But it hasn't been like that in a while. So I figure we're going to give it a break, do a little sculpting, and then sculpting and Q&A. So if anyone has any questions about a problem or an issue, I'm more than willing to take that up and look at it for you. But yeah. Front. Okay. Well, I mean, you can always just get ZBrush Core Mini and try it until you get a little more comfortable with it. But I mean, I'm always going to vote for the full version because there are a lot of the tools that I use that aren't in Core. So, and those are the ones that make the manufacturing really possible. And if you're just sculpting around, I mean, you can always buy Core. I'm not exactly sure. Did Maxon keep it? If you buy the Core, will they still apply it to the
I assume so.
I do not believe the free upgrades is kept. I think the policy is 1 year. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do believe that free upgrades are a thing of the past. I don't know. I've never really dealt with Maxon. I know as a company. But if the ZBrush team is still involved, I have faith in them. So only hope that things goodly. And I
So
mean, to
yeah,
be
if you get ZBrush Core, you get $100 off of ZBrush if you upgrade your license to full.
There you go.
That's still live.
Well, that's good. And that would have been pulled down by now. That wasn't. Because they pulled the other. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you think about it, it's funny, you know, people get aggro, but it's like, honestly, you know, I got this program pushing 17 years ago. It may be 17 years now. I don't remember exactly my purchase date, but and I haven't paid for a single upgrade since then. So it's like I've always wondered how that business model works. But think about it. Just charging even a minimal upgrade fee is going to be a substantial increase of income. So I'm not going to get angry at them for that. You know,
Yeah, I pay for upgrades on every single other
I
production
know
piece of software I use. So
every other piece of software I have, I pay an upgrade. So
mm,
I'm not going to begrudge the people who have been very good to me for 17 years. You know, it's like, yeah. I mean, if I want to get angry about something, I'm sure I could find something else to be angry about that makes more sense. Can't think of what that would be, but sure it would be better than that.
I don't particularly want to pay monthly.
No, I would be very upset if I had to pay. That's just a no. Can't keep track of myself that long. Just you pay and I don't even know what 3D code is, but I assure you I'm not moving. I mean, ZBrush is, I mean, I've been using it 17 years. Not going to get, oh, you were sold, so no way, man. I'm not touching that again. I mean, this is, you have to understand, ZBrush really isn't going anywhere. It's in every major professional pipeline. You know, why that the concept that it's going to go away makes no sense to me. Yeah, no, there's no way. It's it's not a full sculpting packet. I mean, sure it is, but it surely doesn't do what ZBrush does. I mean, there's just absolutely no comparison. As a sculptor, there's no comparison as far as what I can do professionally and make money with ZBrush compared to Blender. And I mean, you know, we're not paid by Pixelogic or anything like that. I'm not saying that because oh, you're Pixelogic, blah blah blah. That's no, that's not what's happening. It's just this is the tool that I use. I just, you know, Blender is an amazing free tool, but you know, there's a reason that ZBrush is in every studio and Blender isn't. You know, they don't do the same things. And you know, once again, as a free tool, you know, it can do what Maya does. But are people really going to buy Blender and not buy Maya? You know, is the next what Marvel movie going to be done on Blender? I don't think. You know, there's. I think that's the difference. A lot of people who like come into the streams and stuff are people who, you know, are you're amateurs or hobbyists, and you're looking at the difference between Blender and ZBrush, and you're like, well, they both do the same thing I need. And that can be very true. But when you get down to manufacturing, producing, you know, making films, creating animation, whatever, I know ZBrush doesn't make, don't give me the lecture. Trust me, I've heard it. But as far as a professional sculptor who 100% makes my living off of using ZBrush, there is absolutely and utterly no comparison between the two as far as money making tools and capacity of what. Yeah, but what's 3D code? I mean, you got to remember, I'm not a game maker. I'm not creating assets for films and stuff. We create assets for jewelry and art objects. So everything I do goes to print. And then we go into manufacturing. So I'm not even just going to printers. I'm going to manufacturing, and that's definitely how I design or what I design for. So my needs are different than a hobbyist. And I'm not saying hobbyist in the sense that's not a negative thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that yeah, there's no difference in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I'm not shifting to 3D code. I mean, I've spent so much time and energy making this program do what I wanted it to do. yeah, I don't think there's any chance that the only way that I'm switching programs at this point is if, you know, by some freak of nature, ZBrush collapses, and I don't see that happening in my professional lifetime. So I'm not too stressed about it. Yeah, no, it's a completely different thing. And, just the concept of sculpting for print as opposed to sculpting for, animation or something like that. There are tons of things you can get away with when you're doing character models and the such because, they're never coming out of the computer. I mean, eventually they might, but, that's not how or why they were designed. And so the things you could do with UVs and, let's just take chainmail as an example. At a game element, you can have basically you have a picture of chainmail on that character, right? You don't actually have the meshes where if I make something that has chainmail on it, it has to have functioning chainmail because it's coming out of the computer. So it's a different workflow and the needs of the models are very different. I mean, like all of my little tips, tricks, and things that I give are from the perspective of manufacturing. So, you know, you can probably, if you're just doing game assets, some of the things that I say may seem overboard, but if you did it, it's still relevant for those kinds of models because if you do it, you're going to have models that read better no matter what. But yeah, it's just a different process, It's like learning how to repair cars or learning how to repair helicopters. Well, you use a lot of the same tools and you can talk about a compression engine or a rotary engine or whatever, but they're very, very, very different creatures. You can only assume that, you know, being a certified plane mechanic does not make you a certified, helicopter mechanic. And I kind of view the different things that you very much different world because mesh density is the most important thing for us, mesh control and mesh density. Wherefore, like in game design and stuff, you can get away with a lot of stuff that you could never get away with trying to out of them. And then that's if you're just doing one-offs, that's one thing. But then we work on manufacturing, so it's not just can we get a model that will work once? I have to make something. You know, you got to make your models so it'll work 10,000 times. I love flying. Um, my friend was a pilot for American Airlines, and he had a fly-in every year where all his friends would fly their personal planes in, and he had I think it was like 400, 600 acres, and he had his little landing pad there, and it was really cool. But I loved open cockpit flying. Two or three people, three. There was a steerman, so there were four, depending on the year, 4 or 5 open cockpit planes, like biplanes. Um, our friend had a stunt biplane called a Lightning, and oh my god, it was so much fun flying. And um, open cockpit is just so rad. It's just so much fun because like when you do tricks and you're going upside down and you look, it's like you in the grass. It's just there's nothing like it. It's so cool. I'm creating an AirTag case because the ones that are out there are not very interesting. And oh no, I'm a complete everything I do. I start in ZModeler. I'm just we have the rough shape of the AirTag, so all I need is this as a plug. This is a plug. And then that way, everything I sculpt on the surface here, I'm just going to Boolean out the center. No. Everything I do is in ZModeler. You almost never see me start something with just a ball or you just, once again, mesh management is so important for manufacturing. So being able to create something, so almost all of the other thing that's very important to me is subdivision levels. Like I want 7+ subdivision levels anytime I'm working, because being able to go down to that base poly mesh, which is 400 to 700 polys, is your first model. So I even do, like, I do rudimentary block ups, so I can have my subdivision levels, so I can use the power of those subdivision levels as, because like you'll almost never see me work with a Dynamesh. The only times I work in Dynamesh or things like that is when I need, like, I've twisted or pinched my mesh to the point where it's not usable anymore, or if I'm trying to bridge something, or there are things that Dynamesh is excellent at. It's just not how I sculpt in the sense of how I create. I'm definitely a Z modeler to very high geometry. Like I'll rarely sculpt under, and now with this computer, I'll rarely sculpt in the world under 10 or 12 million polys. Is sort of, I'll eh, I'll usually start sculpting in the 1 to 4 million poly mark. Have my higher resolutions already there. Because see, here's the problem with, so we're at 9 million polys right now. You get a lot of this artifacting. See these like little crimples when you're sculpting in high res, and it's rolling over it. See, it just creates the chatter, and because it's high poly, it's not going to fill in some of those things. It's going to generate more cracks. But so normally when I start, I'll do my rough block up in that 3 to 5 million poly range, and but I try to start out with my model under 700 polys, because at 700 polys you can get 8 subdivisions and be in that 3.5 million, 5 million. Yeah. Oh, I have a camera on it, but sadly, really. We can. There's my computer. And then we also have desk view. And from behind, look, can of dust. Right? Exactly. Yeah, no, it's a great machine. It's very fast and big. Oh yeah, no, honestly, it didn't change my life at all in the sense of work. Um, so yeah, no, I've been working from home for a very long time now. And see, the nice thing about having your subdivision level like this, where I can smooth it. Back up to my high resolution. I don't have to worry about this. Know that I'm going to cut it out with that plug. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Like I said, I don't usually just love a product, but these things are so awesome. Like I said, they're the one thing that tells you that you're leaving your stuff behind. So it's just so great because I'm one of those people who leaves his stuff behind. So it's been super wonderful. It's like, hey, dummy, you're leaving me. I'm like, ooh. All right, well.
I wasn't correcting you.
Oh, I was like, oops. I thought they might have been talking about. I misunderstood. Well, it wasn't quite the price of a Lambo, but well, you know what? Back in the day, I purchased a Ferrari for much less. I bought a Ferrari for 1/3, maybe. Okay, maybe not quite one. Just under 1/3. But that's back in the day before they sold cars online, so there was no way to sell cars from one city to another easily. So in LA, everybody had to have a new car. So it was really great for a while there. Early 90s, mid 90s, you could buy like last year's exotic, cheap as dirt. But those days are gone because now they just put it online and you can sell it. There's somebody who wants it. That wasn't the case. And no one ever got in trouble for videos they made accidentally. Couldn't make a video act. Oh, especially these days. Ridiculous. Silicone shortages. So can you buy video cards now again?
No.
No?
No.
That's still a pipe dream?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I got my 3090, but it took a year of
It took a
every
while.
single weekday signing up for the Newegg Shuffle.
Well, did you not get the one through Origin?
No.
That never happened?
No. Yep. I mean, they're having just as much trouble sourcing them as the public is, except for the specific model that you have. They're getting those.
Yeah. Well, they have an allotment of those.
Yeah.
And you don't want to, if you're going to dump an allotment, I doubt you're going to dump the one that goes to Corsair. You know, of all the people in the world you want to piss off, I don't know if that's the one you want to piss off. No, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? World's a wacky place. But if you start a stream about watering plants, I bet you could afford your computer real soon. Crazy. I guess there's a new TV show that is a bunch of stream. So it's like Big Brother or one of those shows, you know, where they're all living in the same house, except it's a bunch of streamers. Oh my god, just great! I need a show that's going to make me hate the world more.
You're not talking about that Hype House show, are you?
Is that what it's called? I don't know. I was just
Oh,
told. I was just told that they
okay.
have one that a bunch of streamers. So if it's Hype
I
House, I
know
think that was probably it.
Yeah, they're not streamers. They're TikTokers.
Well,
Um,
that
I mean, some of them may also stream.
okay. See, I'm
Oh,
misusing the word. They are social influencers. That
yeah. Oh,
makes me
don't
want to.
watch it. Oh
Oh,
God, nobody.
no, there's not a chance of not watching that. Yeah. Like I said, you know how crabby I get. We don't need that in our lives. Yeah, the 256 RAM doesn't suck. People are like, "Oh, well, do you have that open?" I'm like, "Yep," and 70 other things. It's really nice because like you can keep Photoshop open. You can like I have Premiere and Audition open at the same time, and you can just hip hop between the two of them, and nothing's lagging. There's no, that I think everywhere they're very overpriced. Not super hard. Who was telling us, Henry? Like they were talking about the video card, and it was like $1,300 over like what they were asking here for it or something.
Hmm.
You remember what I'm talking about? Where we both were just like, "What?"
Yeah, I mean, not at all surprising. If if I wanted to not wait and just get the graphics card that I needed, it would cost me a little less than 2 grand more than MSRP.
Yeah, I mean, I just fundamentally have a problem doing that.
Oh yeah.
That just makes me angry. Like, really? How you don't have bumps when you're modeling in high res? Because I have my subdivision. So, as especially how I sculpt, I'm doing this a lot. So I'm very rarely, I'm not smoothing as I go along in the sense of like I'll smooth all the time as I'm going along, but my intention isn't necessarily to get the surface smooth. It's much more about keeping my mesh non destroyed. So how I keep my mesh smooth is some bumps here, right? You're like, oh, well, you have all these bumps. Well, I have all my subdivision levels. So that allows me to lower my subdivision levels down here, smooth here. And so when you're doing the subdivision process, right, if that's the workflow you're using, quad meshes and subdivisions, I mean, you can do it with a Dynamesh, but I mean, you're very rarely going to get a Dynamesh low enough where you can subdivide it with enough um, separations, right? So if we look right here, see subdivision levels, see how I have 8 subdivision levels? I want 8 or 9 subdivision levels in it for this reason alone. So now I can drop back a few subdivision levels. So as you're doing this, you got to think of two things. One is smoothing. The other one is relaxing your mesh. Both of them are using the smooth brush, but at different stages, you want to think about how you smooth differently, right? So hold on, let's go back up here real quick. And let's just take something and give ourselves a. So I wasn't paying attention. I was sculpting over here. Now I come back over here and I have this lump, and you're like, oh my God, how are we going to deal with that? How do we keep this from being lumpy? So as we smooth at the high resolution, you can see that I'm not changing my base mesh. We're not really relaxing that mesh. And that's why when people Dynamesh and then divide it twice and they're at 4 million polys, you're never going to be able to clean that up because you have no subdivision levels. Because the separation in your subdivision is what gives you the power to control your geometry. So as you can see, I have all this, right? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower, let's go 5. And this allows me to see, I'm not smoothing the surface. I'm relaxing this mesh back to its original place. And then you can see that it's still a little lumpy there. I just lower my res and get a big brush, and I'm just relaxing this mesh back down to a controllable area. Okay. You can see I no longer have that lump. Then my res back in, smooth it out. Okay. Res again. Out. But see, this is the other problem if you're sculpting in low resolution. Let's say I want to keep that crinkly, creasy thing, but I want that above it to be smooth. You can see if I do this, I'm now losing that prickly crease thing, but I want this to be smooth. So that has to be smooth at higher resolution, because then all you're doing is smoothing the surface wrinkles and you're not changing the structure. So you have two different ways of smoothing. What I call smoothing, which is you're just taking the surfaces off, but you're not changing the geometry. Or as you lower your subdivision, you're relaxing the mesh as you come back up. So it's sort of two ways of thinking about smoothing. And right, and I'm going to come in here, smooth. And we're going to leave that high, res. And you can see that it remembers what was on the subdivision below. So you, right, this, right, I smoothed all this stuff out. As I come up here and we start to do this, you can see that it remembers that. And we just, that's why we do it every round or every time we up to 8. And now I can come over here, stop that. I can come in here, and now I'm going to grab smooth, and you can see that I can come in here, smooth this, and even smooth that a little, but it still retains that cracking, right? Because this isn't powerful enough to change the mesh. It's just going to smooth off the surface details. So that way you can do very subtle surface smoothing without wiping everything out, or you can go all the way down, wipe everything out, and then come back up. Now, the real power of this is things like, here, let's grab a texture. Let's do, and then we're going, or let's do stand. Come down here, go to surface, noise,
I think you need to turn up the gain on your mic.
is it
If
low
that's
again?
something you can do. It's you're doing a lot of sort of whispering to yourself.
Oh, well, all right, how's that? Is that better?
It's hard to tell it when you're not like
Not
doing the
mumbling?
mumbly. Yeah.
All right. Okay, well,
I'll let you know again if it's not better.
okay. Here. I don't know where any of my alphas are, so let's escape that. Come on. Cancel. Oh, I have a window. See? Cherry, if you're out there, even I do it again. My load window closed. Cancel. Here. So we're up here and we have this very fine detail. And we spent all this time sculpting our very fine detail. Right. And now let's say you want to distort this or move it, right? If we just grab move, let's say we want this to look a little bit more like pointy face, right? So as you can see, everything that I've sculpted is now, I have very little control over trying to keep this pattern even, right? You know, it's going to get distorted, it's going to get weird. And you basically have trashed all the work you've done. Like, so for posing and things like that, or twisting or distorting it after you've sculpted it. Right, this happens, and once again, you're at high res, so what are you going to do? Oh, you're going to wipe out your pattern, and it's going to be ugly. So let's go back here. This isn't particularly deep, but it should work. All right, so we're back to here, right? Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to lower my res all the way down to here. Let's turn on our frame. And then maybe a little more. How's that? I'm redlining now. Does that matter? Yeah, let's point this down a little. Is that better?
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know until you start to sort of get into your thing.
No. I'm into my thing. Okay. So now you can see I'll come down here. And as I move this, you can see I can see my base squares here, right? And I know what pattern they were sort of in. And now when I come back in here, as long as I even these grids out and try to make them as smooth as they were, you know, just trying to keep it as smooth as possible, I can see how my distortion is going to happen, right? So it's going to reproject the next level back into this quad. So as we come up and go all the way back to our highest resolution, you can see how dramatically I moved that, and I didn't distort the pattern much at all because I had the ability to get the base quads even. And so that allows your patterning to come back in and be much more even. You know, of course, if you twist and stuff, you're going to get some bending and twisting, but it's doing it in large strokes instead of me trying to go, oh, why isn't this moving? Right? You're going to distort that. So it gives you a lot of power to be able to control your pattern, surface textures, smoothing, and cleaning up. And so, yeah, that's the real power of having your subdivision levels last with you. Is it still wigging out?
No, I think it's good.
Okay. Are you making fun of my math? It's not nice. I was trying to be helpful. So that's how I work at really high subdivision levels and can have my surface remain smooth. No problem. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. We are making a case for an AirTag. The Apple tracking thingies. These things. That's in a case. And you can see how lame this case is, right? So I refuse to accept that as the only option. Oh yeah, no, it's actually quite amazing that it just the fact that it sort of reprojects as it goes along is so cool. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, why is it doing that?" And it's like, yeah, you should be very, very thankful that it does that. Hey, Sean, how's it going? Yep, sculpting day. Whoop whoop. Mm-hmm. And once again, if anyone has any questions about anything and you need that, I'm more than willing to stop what we're doing and you know broach any Q&A while we're doing this as well. Mm-hmm. And so you can see that usually I work pretty roughly in the sense of my surfaces. I'm just because I have no idea what this is going to be yet. Like I have no picture in my head. I'm just throwing stuff down and looking at what it's doing and seeing it where it's going. And so this is agendaless. This uh, this is just purely me being annoyed with the selection of AirTag case options is what this is.
Sculpting is your full time job.
Oh, yeah, no. This is sculpting is the only way I make money. Is that someone who's talking? Yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as annoys me. I mean, it depends on what we're talking about too. I do think that I think the guy who was like their designer or something, or he signed a he left, but he's still doing contract work with them or something. I can't remember. I like the simple, clean, just that doesn't bother me. But I do think that we need to bring sculpture back into the world. I know we went through the modernistic minimalist thing, but come on, start getting things sculpted again. I'm going to start my crusade by making sculptural. I'm a traditional sculptor as well. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I did stonework and woodwork, and I mean, I was a classic sculptor for like 35 years before I discovered
How do you keep your edge profile when using clay tubes?
Well, I use clay tubes to generate my edge profiles because it has a square um, alpha. Like,
So when Marvel uses it, they get bad distortion for small strips.
um, well, it comes down to how high a poly model you're working on and how heavy are you using your brush. Right now, I have this set at Z intensity of 10 because this is blocking out. I'm not trying to get anything subtle at this point. I'm just trying to throw down some things where I'm getting lines that I think are okay. If you use it like cranked up, even like 25 or 30, you wind up getting weird rolling edges. See how it rolls on itself? So most people, when they're using clay tubes, use it with too much intensity. Normally, I'm sculpting in like 3 to 5 intensity. Like, so you can see here, this is the intensity 5, right? And I'm laying it in, and how I'm retaining my edges is I'm using the edge of my alpha. And then I come back in and fill up behind it, come back over it. And you can see I'm building up pretty quick. And this is a Z intensity of 5, right? And so normally this is pretty much as high as I will sculpt, unless I'm blocking out and then I want to move more material. Right? And so I'm using the edge of that alpha to create my edges, like my edge integrity, right? And then normally what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back with SK twist and I'm going to roll that edge. I have clay fill, come back in with clay fill down here, alt, so it flattens a little. Move that alt. Yeah. Fill it up behind. And then SK trim polish. And I'll knock that edge. Escape, we don't need. I guess we do. SK trim polish, and it holds that edge. Right. And so that's usually how when I get back down to it and I want some edge fidelity, that's how I'm going about it. Yeah, it's a Kakikaro. Yeah. And so that also allows me, like, I will almost never, especially early on, when I'm in block up, unless I really want it to be separated, I don't use, everyone's using Damien Standard and all of that. I don't use cut-in tools until I'm finishing. Oh, come on, I'm not undoing this many. You can do it. Get back here. There we go. So like a lot of people are using the Damien Standard and they're like, oh, well, I want a line. Here, I'm just going to use orb cracks. It's close to that. Right? When people are thinking about in developing their models, it's like, oh, well, I kind of want this. And then, I might want this. And you're drawing on the surface. And the problem with that is that you lose all surface continuity. So you don't know where your layers are because you've just separated them. And that's why I use clay tubes as well here, because I'm going to come in and I'm using my edges of my brushes to draw those lines. And you can see I'm not cutting into anything yet because I really want these surfaces to feel like where I want them to be, right? If I want this to be down, I'm going to cut this down. And you can see very clearly that that's a step, right? It casts that shadow. It is a step. But if I cut that in, you lose that step continuity. And because I'm I'm manufacturing, I want as small a step as I can possibly have. And it actually reads really, really well. So I don't need to be cutting big, deep cracks and things. I mean, look, that's obviously separated. It's obviously in front of this surface, right? I mean, it's pretty darn clear that this surface is higher than that surface, right? Now let's take a crack tool here. Do you agree? Okay, so let's just test. Does everyone agree that this surface, hold on, let's turn our little thingy-mabob on. Get this out here. And we're gonna turn that off, right? We all agree that it looks like this surface is on top of this surface, right? The surface is lower. We all agree with that?
Yes. You want me to say yes?
Thank you. And then
I am we all.
if we take a crack and we draw a crack here, which surface is in front of the other surface? Do you see what I mean? You've lost the continuity of how this surface associates with this surface. So you really can't tell that this surface is lower. So by drawing lines through everything, you're completely losing. Come on. This is so slow. Oh, this 37 million poly model. That's why. I'm like, why is that so slow? What you're losing is this information right here. And yeah, it's a big deal. And especially if you're making small metallic objects, it's a super, super big deal. So I don't ever, unless I want, like, if I know that this is a separate piece, right? Let's say this comes over and this is the snap. Then I might do something like this, because now I'm thinking of these as separate parts. And now I can go and deal with it. But honestly, I'm not going to do this in block up. I consider, like right now, we're just blocking up. We're trying to figure out what the shape is doing and all of that. So I'm not committing to a depth on anything. And so with clay tubes, I can come in and let's just kick this back up to a block up level. You know, I'm like, okay, well, we have this shape. And then I'm like, all right, so I want these to meet. So here and do that. I'm gonna come over here. That. And this also allows me to control the face direction so my reflections are not reflecting in the same way. And that also really tells us a lot about these surfaces, right? Because in a metallic object, if you have something and you're rolling it and all reads as one surface, it's flat. But if I have things that are all pointing in different directions, each one of those becomes a kinetic light reflecting surface. And that allows me to control where and how the eye follows the objects that I make. So it gives you a lot of power for controlling the observer. Yeah, it trashes your layers. Well, it trashes surface continuity, right? Because if this is coming up like this, and this is over it, it's going to cast a shadow that is there, right? And this is where clay tubes helps us, because I can just come over here and you see how I'm just sort of stroking that edge. I'm going to fill that in. And now I've built that edge up. And you can see at this point, I'm not trying to make these super sharp. I'm just trying to find out where my forms and shapes are going to lie as I keep going. SK trim polish, boom. You can sharpen those edges up pretty quick. Yeah. And, you know, like, all right, so now that is sitting on top of, right? That's in front of that. With that line there, I've created a severe enough line that those do not look like they're butted up against each other. Something's happening there. So I'm just starting at this point to define where I want my surface to go and how I want them to interact with one another. So, yeah, I use clay tubes as my as the way to determine where my edges are. How to make a C shape? Here. There you go. 2 C's. What do you mean how to make a C shape? You mean like a block up model? Or like a ring. You mean like that? Yeah. What? Okay, that's a C now. Oh, like a wrinkle. C shape. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. You mean something like this in here? I'm sorry. You're gonna have to be a little more specific about what you're looking for there. But I would be happy to. So like this, but you want the pinch to be deeper? Well, I mean, I just cut it out. I mean, you know, I'm just gonna come in when we get to this edge. I'm going to throw a face on here. Make sure that's a face. Get it to where I want it. SK trim polish. SK trim polish, cleaning it up. And then usually I'll just take slide or something and punch that under. And get it to the form that I want it. And have it be very circular. I use Lazy Mizumi. Oop, there's an update. Grab my circle, get it to where you want it to be. Make my brush smaller. And Lazy Mizumi, you'll lock your circle. Is that what you mean? Oh, you mean just sharpen an edge? Okay. I'm sorry. SK trim polish. Most of my cleanup, I'm going to use SK trim polish because it doesn't really roll over the edge. So we're going to clean that up. Come back in. Knock that back. And then I will sometimes come back, use pinch. And you got to be soft with pinch. Don't just do this. If you just use it lightly, you can come back in and really just tune your edges up. And I'm just really tapping it just to move that edge around. And you can really control the sharpness of your edge that way. I'm doing the exact opposite. You mean you want the edge round? I'm sorry, am I a dim rod?
I don't quite get it either, but he's going to put a picture in Discord.
Okay. Sorry. That's funny. You're doing the exact opposite. Sorry. Da, 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 da. Where's the disc? I feel you, but I think the chimes are part of the charm of the videos. Off topic. Where's off topic?
It's the one that says off topic, is the name of it.
Oh. So rolling down and flat. Oh. I see. You're right. I am doing the exact opposite. I use twist, SK Trim twist. And I'm going to do this kind of big, just so you can see it happening. Right? I'm going to come in like this. And that's going to give us that nice, bright rolling edge. And so now we do two things from here. We take clay tubes, SK clay fill, and I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm going to knock this edge off. That little lip there, we're going to knock that off. Now, we're at 30 million. So you can see that, like everyone says, oh, how do you do this without lumps? Right now, I'm not worried about the lumps. And then I'm going to come up behind it, and then I'm going to fill that edge in. And now you get a nice rolled edge that's going to come back under, and that's giving you a really nice rolled lip, and that's going to read very well. Now, lower my res twice. Come back in and smooth that little bit out. I wish it would show me the... So I'm taking my brush right here and I'm rolling it here. I'm not hitting up inside there. I'm only hitting out here. So I'm taking smoothing this out. I'm going to come in here and just smooth some of that out a touch. Make sure not to roll over your edges when you're at a low resolution because it'll make them soft. So now, higher res. Higher res. Now I can come in with my smooth. Get this. Get that. And you have a nice rolled edge. If you need this to be flat, SK Trim Polish works very well. Or flatten. I use flatten and H polish as well. But it's easier to come in here with your lower res and just relax this mesh down. And that's going to give you that nice clean flat. Here, let's turn that on. Right. I'm relaxing that mesh back and in. Right. And then we just come back up. And get I love it. I never thought of that. You're so pure. Is that what you were asking? I hope so. Oh yeah, no, that's why I stream. I'm here to kind of get you guys to be able to use ZBrush better. That's the whole point of me streaming. I don't know that I don't know, I find it's cool to learn stuff new. And then if you really want to go back to that hard surface, you can see that all I did was I made this my history state. Hold down control and tap. See how it's orange? Hold down control, tap. Now there's that white square in it. That's my history state. I'm going to come back down here. And now with history brush, I'm going to come back in here. Let's zoom in here so you can see it. I'm going to come back in here, and that makes that as flat as your base model. So now that is a completely flat surface going into your rolled surface. And so that's how, if you really, 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 really need it to be flat, go back to your base model. And just run that around. And now you're back to that original geometry, which is perfectly flat going into a roll. Yeah. Is that what we were asking?
I think so.
I'm a big fan of history. You can see that, like, I'm not being really careful here, and I'm kind of sculpting down into that when I was flattening that. It doesn't matter because I'm just going to come back in with history. And now that is no longer digging into it, and you have a perfectly clean intersection there. So history's super powerful. I love it. I use it a lot for a lot of things. I'm a history fan. I'm a history buff. Boop. Oh, that changed our design some there, didn't it? Let's see. What are we going to do with that? Mm-hmm. And that's another reason I use my clay tubes at such a low level, is so I can keep, like, what I'm doing is sort of, I don't know if any of you like sketch with a light blue pencil first, and then you find a line, and then you come back in with your lead and you hit that line. But it allows me to throw a whole bunch of different things down there, and that allows me to see what the surfaces are, where my angles are going, and to develop my surface rhythms. Because right now, this is a block up or rhythm sculpture. I'm just trying to feel some forms and figure out what's happening with what. And because, like I said, this is still block out for me. This is what I consider block out. My sculptural block out. Hey, Mikey's, how's it going, my brother? How are you doing? Haven't seen you in forever, my friend. And I do a lot of cross stroking because it actually helps you. It's funny, as you lay lines down, it actually helps the surfaces be smoother. And I'm going to sort of stroke at an angle here. And then I'm going to come back and stroke in the counter angle. And it actually kind of helps things stay at a more consistent level. it's how many hours you put into it. I mean, if you're working every day, I think in a month or two, you should be able to, um, like visualize a form and work on it. But I mean, I've been doing it 16 years, and I'm still a beginner as far as I'm concerned. There's so much, and every upgrade is so dramatic. This they come up with just new tools all the time, and it's just like, oh, that tool works so good. Now I've got to completely rethink how I work things. Um, as educators, it's really humorous. The upgrades are just like, oh, I've been teaching this for 3 years, and now I have to change what I'm teaching. Um, oh, no, no, no. I'm by no means a beginner. I mean, I'm a professional sculptor. I've been sculpting since I sold my first piece of sculpture in 1978. So, yeah, when I say I'm still learning, and yeah, no, please don't. I didn't mean to make it sound that way. But I mean, like I said, I had 35 years of actual sculpting before I ever picked up um, the digital sculpting. So just knowing how to sculpt was a big, big deal. I guess now there are a lot of people who are doing digital sculpting stuff who have never taken sculpting classes. And I would say, go take a sculpting class, and it's going to teach you to visualize things in 3 dimensions. And I think that's super important because really so much of art of any sort is learning how to see, not just learning how to draw lines and stuff, right? Or sculpt forms and lines. A lot of it really is just learning to see, because until you can identify your forms, if you don't know what you're looking at, you're never going to master producing it. For beginners, I always suggest that you take something in your room and try to sculpt it. Find your controller and go, hey, you know what? I'm going to sculpt this. And why I say that is because if you're just making stuff out of your head, there's no right or wrong. Where if you're trying to copy something, you either succeeded or you didn't. There is definitely like, oh, when do you know when to stop? Oh, when do you know when to do? Well, if it looks like it, then you stop, right? And for people who are creating their own forms, it can be a big thing. Oh, when do I stop working on it because it's a failure? Or when am I going to stop working on it because it's done? But I think that, because you got to think that's how the great masters taught. You'd sit there and you'd copy something, usually one of their pieces, and it's very easy to tell if you're succeeding at it or not. But if you're just making stuff up, you have to learn the craft along with learning how to think artistically. They're different skills, and you need both of them if you're going to be an artist. If you're going to work at a studio or work professionally, chances are you're going to be making tennis shoes or keys or silverware for the kitchen or cups, or you're going to do a lot of rocks. And no one just starts doing, unless you're brilliant, no one just starts doing hero models. You gotta work through it. And the one thing they're going to want to, the one skill that every job in the world wants you to be able to do is they're going to take a picture and hand it to you, or a drawing and hand it to you, and you need to be able to produce it. And the only way that you can do that is if you understand the shapes that you're looking at. Break it up into its basic forms, and then do whatever they need or want done with it. That's the ultimate job skill, is understanding form and then being able to replicate whatever that form is. And so that way you're not stuck to a style. You're not stuck, like, I make all kinds of stuff that is definitely not my style or my aesthetic, but I'm good at it. I can replicate someone else's ideas, and that's what makes me a viable jobber, where if you just get good at one thing or one style, chances are that's not the style you're going to work with that week. I mean, it's just, so get good at diversity. Yes. I just wonder how to control beveled edges on low poly objects. Well, they have the whole plugin Bevel Pro. Have you used that?
They were asking about ZModeler specifically.
Well,
Like
Bevel,
really low poly.
the problem with the bevel brushes without using Bevel Pro is you're not getting you're not getting some of the corner tools that you get with using Bevel Pro. So even
I don't think you can, like, the bevel brush isn't going to do much with a low poly ZModeler object.
not the Bevel Pro. The plugin. Hold on. ZModeler. Oh, hold on. Right. Okay. Ooh. Here, let's grab these. Pull. And so we have this. Boom. Control W. Get different poly groups. Boop. No. Boop. Control W. No. W. Right. And then let's make these a different poly group. Boop. Control W. Is everybody different poly groups? Yeah. Plugin. Bevel Pro. Boop. This is where it's going to change the shape of our object. Hold on.
So ZModeler, they said very specifically, no Bevel Pro, no Bevel Brush, just ZModeler. And ZModeler has a bevel.
There's a bevel brush,
there's a bevel brush in it.
But its corners can be weird, and that's where the Bevel Pro works much better, because it has an algorithm that's looking at those intersection corners and stuff. Sorry, line bevel, bomb red. Nope. I misunderstood. Not real high mesh. I mean, obviously that was way too low mesh in the sense of, did I just kill this? I think I might have. Oh no. Well, I mean, there's the bevel brush. Come in here, go to line, hit bevel, and you can edge loop complete, and but you can see that the problem is how it deals with intersections sometimes. See how those edges aren't necessarily jiving? Come here, right? So, I mean, that is your bevel tool, but it gets weird. You can do edge loop partial. No, that's not going to do it for you. Why am I? It's like doing the. Oh, that's fascinating. Look, it's selecting the one. Not. So if I do this, beveling that. I think I have something set oddly. My bevel brush is acting a little strange. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Actually, that's probably just the best idea is do an edge loop. No, bevel's a strange. I think I have a setting odd because I shouldn't do this and it bevel the top edge. You see what I mean? I think I have a setting off on that. But yes, edge looping is probably the best idea. Let me turn that back. Serve. I can't see it. I never use it, so I can never remember where. Is it in geometry? Edge loop. Group loops. Have a broken. Oh. Well, that gave me my edge loop. Smooth off. Group loops. Really? Like I said, it's not something I ever use. Edge loop. Hmm.
Yeah, I just did the task they were asking for, a six-sided cube with all beveled edges, and it looks perfectly fine. The way to accomplish it is to switch back and forth between edge loop complete and edge loop partial,
Yeah.
and you just have to know when you need one or the other.
Yeah, it's just Q. Yeah, this isn't what I do. Just so you know. Um yeah, I'm sure that there are some other streamers that would be a little more helpful on that one. So what are you trying to accomplish? What? Oh, that's- there we go. Yeah, no. So after you push Save UI, push Store Configuration, and it will, yeah, it'll store that. Well, I think, yeah, I think you're going to be much better. Mm, if Paul Galbraith's streaming, um, yeah, Mike. Mm, there are a few people who are doing it. If you look at the live streamers and see if they're hard surface stuff, because I mean, people are making all kinds of beautiful hard surface models. So, um, I assure you that there is a way to do it. It's just not the work I do, you know. It's not really my thing. But why do you want to make such why do you want to what are you making that you want low poly modeling? Yeah, and what do you the other thing is, what are you considering like low poly modeling? I mean, are you talking a few thousand polygons, or are you talking about 30 polygons? Well, I mean, all I can say is most game net sets out there are created. I mean, ZBrush is part of like every professional game workflow at some point. I mean, there's definitely a way to do it. I'm just, I'm not the person. I, well, I don't use ZBrush that way. 10,000 verts is a lot. I mean, that's not, you know, I mean, that, what I was using there was like 40 polygons. That's why it was acting so weird. I mean, with 10,000 polygons, you could easily use Bevel Pro. Hi, Tariq. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's, I think that, I mean, we know for a fact you can. Let's put it that way. I mean, there are too many people doing beautiful game assets that are using ZBrush. So, it's just trying to figure out what you're trying to do. Like a 10,000 poly car. I mean, that doesn't seem like it'd be too difficult, because I would just sculpt it at high resolution and then just Z remesh it. Uh, I, what is it? These things.
AirTag.
AirTags. Yeah. This is the top rated case for an AirTag, which is goofy. So I've decided that that is not the answer. Well, I mean, I feel you, but I think that, I mean, it depends on what you mean by control the bevels. You know, I mean, just, uh, you know, people are definitely making, you know, hard surface models in, well, here, I'll show you. Do I have my BMW? Uh, let me see, one sec. Hmm. It's wild that it's not on these drives. Let's look up G-Wagon. Interesting. None of that stuff is on here. Because I've done automotive stuff. This reminded me of the I built, we started doing custom add-ons for BMW what is it, 2020, and I just sculpted it and then Z-remeshed it and went back in with the Z-remesh and kind of added my lines into the areas that I wanted them to be. Yeah, there's definitely a workflow to figure it out. Yeah, I mean, you know, if anything, you just insert, and delete the edge, and that'll give you a bevel, or just slide it in or something like that. I mean, there are plenty of ways. Like I've made automotive models. I just don't have them on this computer. Henry has them on the NAS system that we have, or the NAS. Isn't it NAS? What was that?
That was a yes.
So is the idea to put the NAS system down here since I have gigabit internet?
Yeah, that's fine.
So I can actually browse it by picture?
Yeah.
Because me trying to browse by picture right now is really painful since it just doesn't happen. Is almost the tank here? I'm trying to think of hard surface models that I've done that might be on this machine. I really don't have any models here, do I? You have everything. What's up? Yeah, it's a nice way of working. I like that's one of the really nice things about the stone scanners. Um, is you can get really nice scans of the stones, and then you can just, you know, just come in and play with it on this or like this, and you have really lovely things that are made exactly for that. For opals, it's just such an awesome process. Luke is killing it. One of our members. He has a store that deals with Opal Fire.
Earthfire.
Earthfire. Thank you. Jeez. Bad brain day, man. I was so stressed all day. I can't believe I can't think of anything at all. I was ready to pull my hair out earlier. Well, okay, pull someone else's hair out. I guess I've already pulled mine out. I mean, really, who checks to see if the UPS is dead? Well, I mean, it wasn't dead, but you know what I mean. Only took me 5 hours to check that. And I'm just diddling. I'm not just sculpting and answering questions. One of these, you know, the little tracker things. And these are just these weird little twisty cases. And I saw that and I'm like, that is a horror show. Right? I mean, come on. We can make something cooler than that. Sure. So let me do a little bit more aggressive stuff here, right? So I know that I really want a little swirly here. And I'm just trying to work out my shape. I'm like, all right. Want some little things like this. And I haven't been, you know, because I'm in block up, I haven't been real careful about what we're doing. So I've dug in to my surface. Right. And so now I want to come back and refine the shape. So I'm going to use history. So I have one of these that isn't sculpted on, right? Whenever I have something that I'm using as a base, you have it here. And then we duplicate it and then you sculpt on it. So what I did, come back here, hold down Control, and tap this little orange square up here. Right? Because see how it's orange? I'm going to hold down Control. I'm going to tap this, and now it has a white little circle in it, or a white center there. So now we come back to here, and now history is assigned to that where it's that perfect flat plane. I come over, select my history brush, and then that allows me to get in here, and we're just going to go. Nope. You can't use symmetry on the history brush. It's a projection brush, so it acts, it does really weird things if you're using symmetry. But I'll show you how you can do one side and then go right back to your symmetry. Right? And you can see that I'm just going to change the size of my brush. And come in. You see how that's actually recessed? So I'm like, okay, well, we can't have that. We're going to do that. Now flat. You come in and really just tune your edges. And that's going to return you to that base area, right? And I'm like, okay, that's not what I want. I'm going to come in here. And I'm like, well, oh crap, look. I did that, but since it's not symmetrical, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to be doing this. And then I get back here and I'm like, oh man, look what I did. So all we have to do is now come back here to a point before we did all this. And because this is 37 million polys, it's going to take a second. Where is it? Right, so, oh, I went back way far. Wow, that's new. I've never seen where the screen shrinks and they put the ad below like that. Is that new?
What?
I'm getting an ad on
Oh,
Twitch, but it shrank the screen and put a banner down there. I've never seen it do that before.
oh, weird. Yeah.
So let's find a place in here where we like what we got. Come on. Okay, so we're going to go just before we started doing this. Right? And now I'm going to hold down Control and tap, and I've now made this my history. We're going to go all the way back to the end. Come on. It's my ears. Oh, that's Juan. I was like, I thought it was legitimately someone asking what the ding-donging was. So, right, you could see that I messed that. All I did was change my history state now onto this tool at an earlier state. And I could come back in. And just back. Fill that area in. So you can use it at any other past state, right? So it's really good if you have things that are overlapping and stuff. You can come back in and just get rid of the part that's being weird. So Juan, are you now telling me something that I need to hear about a ding dong? Did that answer the question? Okay, that's not what I want. I want clay 2. I lost who asked the question history, but hopefully that covered enough for you to grasp it.
If not, they'll let us know.
Hope so. Very, very few stones can actually take the heat of casting.
But the other concern is, say you've made a setting in sterling silver and you've set a cubic zirconia into it, which
Mhm.
can totally take the heat. You can solder that to whatever you want. It'll be totally fine. But the inside of your setting is now covered in oxidization that you will never be able to polish off.
The other thing is don't squelch it.
And do not put it in water
Oh my God.
unless you want stone shards.
No. At the shop, you know, when you're a bench tool, you just get into that habit, right? You tap it, tap it, tap it. And I saw someone put a 5 carat sapphire into squelched it. Oof.
Mm, that's rough.
Let's say it was definitely was a 5 carat sapphire.
Yeah. Now it's inlay shards.
Boom!
Worthless inlay shards.
And I'll tell you what, you think you can't hear that across the room? It's a distinct sound. It's like, oh no, everyone in the room's like, no. Because, you're racing to get stuff done and you're jamming, 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 and bebop, a loop bop, a bing bang pop.
Yeah, I've been casting stones in place, and every single time I have to do it, or every single time I do it, I have to keep saying to myself, "Don't dunk it, don't dunk it, don't dunk it, don't dunk it," because I'm so trained to after 5 minutes after that cast is poured, you dunk it to get rid of the investment.
Yeah, not good.
That would be devastating.
Oh, especially on someone's like engagement ring with a huge sapphire. Oh my God. It's just like, oh no. But if you're a bench jeweler, you'll do it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you want insurance. I had an idea of making a partial cover on top of a cab, and it had prongs that would go through the back and solder. Oh yeah, no, that's a very, very common. I use that actually quite a bit. It's a good policy. What's really funny is that in all reality, you don't even have to solder them. If you leave like a little cone on the backside, if you compress it like a pneumatic hammer, broop, broop, and then you just sand it, it'll never come out.
And in situations like that, it's good to remember soldering is not your only connection option. You've got
Yeah, oh, there are tons.
arc welders, lasers. If you don't own one, a shop nearby does, and
Yeah,
they'll probably charge you $20 or something.
without a doubt. It's funny when we did the line of William Henry, tried to come up with as many closure or joining systems that were cold joined where we didn't have to do mass soldering and stuff because the knife shop wasn't set, that's not the kind of work they did. So we wanted to do something that we could produce in house for at least a little bit. And that was something we had to think about quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Early, 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 early. Yeah, I like I like a lot of pressure fit closery kind of things. They're fun. But pinning through and then compressing that other side is a very, very, very common process. It works well. The other nice thing about clay tubes is it's a layer brush. It has no buildup. So if you come in and you're stroking, you can stroke back and forth on it and it's going to not build up, right? Until you lift the brush. And then you can come in, lift the brush, come in, the brush. And I find it's an easy way of being able to think of things in layers, right? So that's another reason I use the clay tubes a brush. Because see how it sort of just flattens stuff out as you go over it? It removes some of that lumpiness that people keep talking about having problems getting rid of. Everything's about angry rabbit.
This is extremely similar to the back plate of your Halloween ring.
Mm-hmm. I'm figuring it out. I'm going to get the angry rabbit syndrome out one day. What are you doing? I don't want to freeze subdivision levels. I never asked to freeze subdivision levels. I hit history brush. That's not freezing subdivision. What's the other ring I did that has weird angry bunnies on it? Just little crabby rabbits are just really humorous to me right now. Maybe I'm having a spiritual connection with little crabby mammals. If you heard me cussing today, I think you would agree with me.
I think you're a crabby mammal.
What? You're crabbier than I am. Crab cake. I'm pretty sure.
Or maybe when I have to deal with you. Okay, you probably have the sense that I'm a crabby guy. But I do have to deal with you every time I'm talking to you. So
well, I didn't say you weren't justified in being crabby. Nor did I contest the fact that you have the right to be crabby. I'm just saying you're kind of crabby.
I'm kind of crabby.
Because you're a raging idiot.
I've been working on my get off my lawn yell since I was very young. Can't wait to be an old man.
Get off my yard.
Get off my lawn.
That does imply that you have a lawn.
I do.
I can't say that we have a lawn. We have a backyard, but no one's getting on our backyard.
Oh, that would be cause for concern.
Well, if someone getting in our backyard is going to be a lot more than me being crabby. That'll bring flashbacks of older days that have sharper responses than crabby. See, and now I'm doing what most people do, and that is I'm getting distracted by something that I want to put there as opposed to seeing something that is there. I don't know if that's... We'll come back to that. Let's work out our shapes. Because we are by no near having our shapes worked out. Mm-hmm. It's so funny. They're running tons of. We watched a little of the playoffs, you know, and well, my roommates like the Rams, so they are. We've been watching LA football recently. Well, let me rephrase it. It's been on. I mean, my quality of watching is probably not there. I walk by when they scream and yell. But they've been playing so many cruise line ads. I'm just like, really? Is it really time to go back? Would you say it's too soon? I think it might be too soon. Too soon?
I would say it's too soon.
There is not a chance in hell you would ever get me on a cruise ship. No.
Unless the commercial is like, rent your own private cruise ship. You'll be the only one on it except for the staff, who will all be wearing masks. Then maybe, sure.
Well, what are the Windjammers? The Windjammer cruise lines, where they're the sailing ships or the sailboats, the bigger sailboats. Maybe.
Tomas, will this be produced? And if so, how?
Well, if I like it, we'll produce it. So what we would do is print it, and then I would put it on the AirTag to make sure that it fits and it's the size I want and all of that. 1 second. I'll show you something. I think it's sitting right out here. I'll be right back. I need the light back. All right, that was anticlimactic. I have a model of an AirTag that I did before. That was actually, it was on my stuff out there maybe yesterday or today. And I don't know what I did with it. So I can't show it to you. But basically, you print it, make sure everything fits and snaps together however you're going to join it. But and then you do your adjustments in the computer again, send it back out, print it. If once you have it printed, if you're going to make a production mold, you make a production mold, and then you just do regular lost wax or regular wax injection into it. Or you can print a wax and then print it from the, or cast it from the wax. But print it, fit it, make sure everything's right, and then the adjustment, and then send it to a caster or cast it yourself. But I was going to show you the process, but I don't know where it is. Hey, digital graphics. Yeah. So it's the way we produce pretty much everything. Print it, make sure it's right. Print it again, make sure it's right. Print it again, make sure it's right. And then do your changes and cast it, get it sent, cast, and yeah. I mean, if you want to see a slightly more, I mean, we have the little images of Tony doing that one thing on my ArtStation. If we oh, didn't we make a video about this?
No. No, but Tony and I are going to Rio next month, and we're going to film videos about it.
I see you didn't invite me to Rio.
Oh, no, that's the wrong link. Lost Resin? Is it this? Yeah.
It's ArtStation?
No, Oh, on my Stream Deck, I have a VOG video of Lost Resin casting. It's close enough.
Mm-hmm.
If someone takes your course, how long do you think it will take for them to be able to produce their first line of jewelry or to obtain acceptable sculpting ability?
Well, I mean, that's super hard to answer. I mean, have you ever sculpted before? Are you familiar with ZBrush? If you're
familiar with jewelry,
yeah, you're familiar with jewelry. I mean, Juan, how long did it take you until you produced your pug? Oh, well, there you go. I mean, we start you out. We give you the introductions to everything, but it's thinking of our platform as a like a course is a little strange, only because it's a lifetime membership and it's hundreds of videos about, I mean, in detail about the brushes. It's all kinds of information. It's not just a course. And as ZBrush changes, we add new stuff, and we're constantly putting up projects and stuff. So, I mean, like you can start on day one on here. We're going to make a what's the little plant called? The pitcher plant.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you get, if you do that 2 or 3 times to where you can do it without thinking about it, you now have the capacity to use a source image, generate base geometry, divide it up, sculpt it, and then, you know, we do all kinds of critiques. And I mean, we're always on Discord. You know, you can get a hold of us pretty much anytime. And so, you know, we're there to help you along. But I mean, you know, if you're familiar with ZBrush at all, that cuts a huge amount of time out of it. Because I think the one thing is just getting used to ZBrush's interface and like learning, also unlearning some, like if you're in the game industry or something like that, unlearning some of the workflow and habits from that to readjust your workflows to manufacturing. You know, if You're talking about a line of jewelry being, 3 rings, 2 pairs of earrings, 2 bracelets. I mean, you could do that really fast. That's also depends on what your jewelry is. I mean, if it's super complex, really detailed stuff, that obviously takes longer. I mean, it's not an easy question, I guess, is what I'm saying. But if you're in there and going, and if you if you know your way around ZBrush at all, that halves the learning time. I mean, so my class used to be 10 weeks, 3 hours a week. And then it dropped to 6 weeks, 3 hours a week. But then I threw in a critique class as well. So just double it. Went 6 hours a week for 6 weeks. How many hours is that? Come on, math guy. You can do it.
Huh? I wouldn't even listen.
No.
You started saying numbers, and I was like, "Nah, I can tune out for this." What
Well,
do you
you
want?
can't because you were talking
10,
about the class. Um,
10
we did
weeks.
your class was what, 6 weeks, 3 hours a week, right?
Oh, that's what it was supposed to be. Yeah,
Right.
18 hours.
So that's all. I mean, and people paid. I mean, that class was $1,000 for,
Yeah, one session a week for 6 weeks.
yeah, 1 session a week for 6 weeks. Where this is as many sessions as you ever want for the rest of your friggin' life. Well, okay, the rest of my life. Hopefully, by the time I die, someone else will be making videos. Maybe you. Yeah, I don't even want to hear you say you didn't get anything out of that class. Or me, I saw that.
I would say if you put in 4 hours a day and actually followed the projects, didn't just sort of bounce around and do what looked fun, because they start at the very beginning, how to install ZBrush, the plugins we need, a little tour of our user interface, et cetera, et cetera. If you start at the beginning and follow the projects one after another at 4 hours a day, you'll have a jewelry line in less than a month, maybe a month, like a decent jewelry line. If you kind of bounce around and you have sort of preconceived notions of, oh, I'm gonna use a lot of Dynamesh, things that you're used to in ZBrush, we're going to break you of, probably.
Well, hopefully.
Hopefully. Yeah. So it'll take longer if you already think you know what you're doing and you want to keep doing things the way you've always been doing it. It'll take longer.
Because you're going to do what you want to do for 3 years. And then all of a sudden you're going to be like, oh, yeah, maybe I should have listened. Because you got to remember, I was the first person to ever get a manufactured piece of jewelry out of ZBrush. And there weren't those tools. There were no decimation tools. It was quite a journey. And now we've, got those tools into ZBrush, and it's much, much easier than it was when we started all this. But, I mean, I've been doing this 16 years, and trying to get people to not think of game development or character development for film or games and understand that manufacturing is different, that hang up is a big deal. It really is. Because people come in and they're like, no, but this is, how, Mike Pop, never say his name. Or, well, Paul Galbraith said this. And it's like, well, Paul's now starting to do a lot more printing, so I'm sure he's more in line now with the cause. But, when I was literally the only person making jewelry with ZBrush at the time. And so everybody was doing, game upsets and film stuff. It was not a manufacturing tool when I started. And I got a lot of kickback because usually if you were going to take my class, you at least had used ZBrush some. And so I was telling you to do things that were completely, absolutely, and utterly counterintuitive to what people were saying. Now, I mean, like I said, it's come around to where I'm not just insane anymore. Well, let me rephrase it.
All right. Okay.
My process doesn't make me look like an insane person anymore. Because, I mean, if you're going to sculpt for print, you sort of have to do what I'm telling you, or you're never going to get a model that's going to print. And when you do, it's going to look like poo. And, there's a lot going on there. And, we created these paths. So it's, yeah, I do get kickback from people who really know and then they don't know. You're like, okay.
Well, there's even a difference in style from people who 3D print, let's say, models, D&D models, something that's going to be painted. There's less necessity on using the light to convey your story.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you can
paint it in, yeah.
Yeah, most people aren't going to paint their jewelry.
No.
You can enamel it, but...
Well, I mean, Eric's a perfect example. I mean, Eric took my class and, our business partner, Eric Keller, he wrote the first instruction manual on ZBrush. He's got 2 more years in ZBrush than I do, I think. 2, 3, something like that. But like he wrote the first book on ZBrush. He does brilliant work. But his work was for VFX and for rendering, and his renderings are stunning. But he took my class. He was like, I have never ever thought of ZBrush this way. He goes, it's crazy. I never thought I'd think about ZBrush differently than I ever had. And he still says it every once in a while. He's like, it's crazy. I so would never have done it this way. And so, he had to kind of work around relearning how to even think about model development. And it really is. You think about it differently. For manufacturing, it's just a completely different process. Now you can do it your way, or, the VFX animation way, and you can then convert that model to a printing model, but you're going to have just a world of hurt. It's not easy. And especially if you have like some of the models that I critique, we're critiquing those as game assets, but like that knight, what was it? 240 pieces. That has to be one shell. You can't have 240 pieces, And so how do you take all that chainmail? There was a chainmail and each ring was separate, so it's like, it's like 800 parts. You can't do that in manufacturing. That's not something that is a real option. So, yeah, it's just a completely different way of thinking about it. But I mean, if you really spent time every night and worked through the projects in a month, you should, and I mean, honestly, if you're really hammering it, you can, my class was only 20 hours, if you did 4 days of real intensive work, you should have a pretty good understanding of how to generate models. But
on day 3 of your class, I made the eyeball ring that is now for sale on our website. And that was, up until that point, I had been using ZBrush for, I want to say 2 months. And then I signed up for Tomas's class. And in the 3rd session is when I sculpted that eyeball ring that's for sale now. So it doesn't take too long.
Now to get good, that's a different issue sometimes. Because learning to see is tough. um, like learning to create and identify form, learning design to where you understand what good design is, you know, that's that can be trickier. And that's just completely, I mean, if you have design sense, that's wonderful. And it's not a long road to hoe. But, there's a lot to know about good design. But let's say, all you want to do is, take Dragon Ball Z characters and make pendants. Well, you should, if you learn how to copy, you know, you should be able to do something like that fairly quickly. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, honestly, if you pay attention to the first project, honestly, that's the workflow. It, every, it's so funny because in the projects, we follow me doing it from absolutely nothing to print. So every project goes from me blocking it up from nothing to print. And, it's, you start to realize that I do the same thing on every part, basically. It's not some tricky magic. It's just get your rough shapes in there. And I do a lot of what I'm doing right now where, like, I had no plan for this in any way, shape, or form, right? I did not have an idea. I just like to throw shapes down and look at where they're going. Um, but, if you have reference images or anything like that, this becomes much faster. I mean, you can see that on this, I haven't really been making a ton of progress. Now, to be fair, I'm not really trying to make a ton of progress. I'm just, this is a nice way for me to sculpt about and, answer questions and stuff like that. So, if you have a target, um, all this goes much faster. Don't judge sort of the time frame it takes me to accomplish something on this stream as what it actually takes to accomplish something, because I really am not trying to be quick in any way, shape, or form here. Um, I mean, speed is just being able to identify form and having the confidence to just do it. That's all speed is. Because if you understand it, you can make it. The key is being able to see exactly what you're trying to do and get those shapes and forms right first. And then you're just knocking edges off and sculpting edges. It's it's just process. It's just taking the time to learn. Because once you get the familiarity with the brushes, and I mean there are so many brushes. If you'll if people watch or pay attention, I use clay tubes 99.9% of the time. Okay, it's probably 96% of the time. I do use other brushes, but I mean, clay tubes
You're
really.
out of ZModeler at least.
Yes, outside of ZModeler. I don't really consider ZModeler a brush, but I know it has a brush icon. It's a brush, but I wasn't thinking about it. So yeah, definitely. I start everything with ZModeler for the most part. Yeah, post them on Discord.
Do you believe there are actually job opportunities out there making jewelry?
Oh yeah, of
Or
course.
companies that will hire you?
Companies that'll hire you. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. In fact, it's becoming more of a demand than it ever was.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Um,
Especially bespoke things. I think the world has sort of become bored with.
the same old garbage.
Yeah, I don't know another word for it other than matrix jewelry.
Well, that's the word for
Yeah,
it.
the stuff that you can find in a Kay's jeweler or whatever. It's all pretty much the same with a different number of stones, a different size stone, a different number of prongs, but it's the same ring over and over and over and over. And people are now looking for the no mask rings, the skulls, the
Much more
intricate
character.
sculptural
Yeah.
things. Yeah, characters. And I think the jewelry companies are taking notice and hiring people that can produce that kind of work. And typically in the past, that's all been hand carved waxes. So you need
Right.
physical sculpting skills. But now it's digital.
Juan, did you post that? Oh. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about these.
Oh yeah, that little guy.
Yeah.
Forgot about him.
So Juan, before you started the class, how much were you using ZBrush or sculpting?
While we wait for Juan's answer, um, oh, jump in voice chat. We'd have to switch to the Discord chat.
I thought we were in the Discord chat.
No, we're still on our phone call.
I thought you said you were going to switch us.
I can't switch you out of a DM call into a chat.
Oh, I don't. You always switched us before, didn't you?
Yeah, but that was it's different. I'll leave it at that. It's different. You started this call a different way.
Oh. All right. So what is that? That would be Twitch stream.
Yeah, Twitch streaming.
There we go.
Cool.
All right.
All right. While we wait for Juan, I think this is an interesting question. Do you guys ever use surface noise in your projects?
I know people who use a lot of surface noise in their projects, and the new noise tools are absolutely cool. I would show you stuff, but I couldn't find my alphas and stuff. It's better for me not to sit here and just muddle around looking like an idiot. But yeah, no, noise is great, and the noise under the brush. Everybody knows that this noise is here, right? Under this surface, but under your brushes, there is a noise thing here. See surface and then noise, and you have the whole setup here as well. And see, I can never make these things work. I'll blow it. Noise plugin. Let's take. Hmm, well, let's just cancel. Let's just use noise. Noise scale. And then straight. And so what's cool about it here, right? I have this pretty dramatic noise. I'm going to go okay. And now see local projection mode and dynamic scale. And what's cool about this is I can now come in and brush that noise in. So if this were a pattern, you come in and it's not going around the corners. You're not getting that weird projection. It's let me see if I can find something that it's weird that those pictures aren't there. Let's go back to edit.
Yeah, if that's the texture we're going for, typically we'd use form bump extractor and paint it on.
Well, I really find I'm really fond of this actually. So we need to change plugin scale, strength, and then noise. Plugin scale. And see how over here you can choose that the noise is in the back and the pattern's in the front. Let's make that smaller though. Here we go. Okay. Make it a little strong. Okay. And you see how it didn't just instantly apply it? Okay. Brush my arm. That's another thing. This should. Oh, it's in clay tube. So that's why this is sort of soft. Normally, if you're using the alphas, using standards better, it reacts better. But, you know, let's say I just want that pattern in here. Yeah, I can brush it in. And it's nice because it's like you can rotate and see how it's not that stretched out pattern. You know, normally when you're doing this, you get the weird stretching. Here, it'll lay it on as long as you're going around. You don't get that edge distortion there. It's actually taking it and projecting it at camera angle. I had some really good alphas. I don't know why they're not in pictures. Makes no sense. That one's still off.
Oh well, I think we get it.
Yeah, no,
You don't have to spend too much longer on it.
I'm not spending too much time on it. Bad cop.
Go on.
Hello, sir. How are you?
How's it going?
Good, good. How are you guys? Good evening.
Good. Tell him stop playing with noise brushes.
Thomas, please stop playing with brushes.
Nope.
Okay. Clay tubes, please.
So weird. Where did they all go? How is nothing where it's supposed to be? One day I'll get reset up.
One day.
Come on, undo. Slow pokey. So how is it going, Juan?
Very good, sir. Very good. What about you?
Well, other than having an outrageously frustrating couple of days, wonderful actually.
Oh, good, good.
All
I
the
was thinking
recording. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was thinking what you asked me, like how long did it took me to do that drink? Sadly, there is not like a straight answer, because I was fighting ZBrush for so long. I was watching tutorials from left to right, and until I was watching this guy, Thomas Whittlesback, and everything clicked. Huh? I remember one thing that you were saying about jewelry that is still on my mind. I like jewelry to be wearable sculptures, and
Yeah.
that was just like my brain just exploded. I was like, that's what I want. But before that, I was the boy that I was playing with the red wax and the standard brush for a long time, and I never achieved nothing.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
That's very hard. The other thing about, because you heard him just say that he used red wax, the material that you sculpt in is really important when you're going for manufacturing, because a lot of these things have, these aren't, so these are, hold on, what are these materials called? So these materials actually react to the world, right? They don't have baked on lights and stuff, but all of these materials are matte caps. And so, right, the highlight and low light is baked into the surface. It has nothing to do with the lights that I have on in the environment. Where if you use one of these materials, it's very much like you can go into your lights and you can move the highlight and all of that. So these are more like using lighting instruments in a world, right? But I found that Mod Dirty Blue was the closest thing. So, you can see these little surface scratches, but if this is a very dramatic baked in surface where there's deep, deep shadows, that's not actually what the piece is going to look like. So this material and this medium gray, it's one of these down here. I think it's basic material B. Really give you an idea of what you're actually going to wind up with. So that's why having the red wax has like a faux highlight, and it punches the depth. So if you're sitting there and sculpting in it, you're going to be under sculpting the detail because the material is punching the contrast. And that contrast isn't real contrast, it's digital contrast. So, if you don't know some of that stuff, it can beat you down because you're like, every time you print, it doesn't look like anything that you designed. And yeah, it's kind of a nightmare. Or it can be a nightmare. Just using the wrong brushes. I think that using soft brushes or half round brush, unless of course, you're making little wormy things, that's cool. But, if you're not thinking in block up in these facets and layers, you're going to wind up with unsuccessful models in a lot of ways. They're going to be half round, they're going to be visually chattery. And there's a lot of just really simple things that you just need to know to even think about.
Yeah, I remember trying when I was learning ZBrush at the beginning. I was using a lot of clay buildup.
Mm-hmm. Everyone uses clay buildup.
Yeah, my meshes were just horrible.
Yeah, it's just such an aggressive brush. I very rarely use it unless I really need to start moving things. I'll use it. But for something like this, I would never use clay buildup. And yeah, if you don't know that, you can be sitting there fighting yourself for a long, long time.
You know what? I was talking with Bog. I was telling him that there is a material called chalk, one of the standard materials, that mimics a lot one of the frozen aqua gray.
Oh, yeah?
So now what I do is that I use Dirty Blue, and then at the end, I play a little bit with the gray just to see how the piece is going to look like, and then I send to print.
Sure. That's nice. Exactly. And, I mean, once you print a few times, where your sculpted detail lives in relationship to what you've printed. That's why if you're making jewelry, you have to have a printer. And it doesn't have to be the best printer in the world, because you're just printing your prototyping. But I would argue if you're going into manufacturing, you have to be able to hold it in your hand, look at it, feel it, rub it, wear it. Otherwise, you're going to have no understanding of your parts, and it's yeah, because no matter how good it looks digitally, until you've held it in your hand, you have no idea what it looks like. Well,
And that,
okay, the
that's
more you
also
print, the more you have an idea, but I mean, it's
that's also
shocking.
one of the benefits from the school. Because
Yeah,
before I tried to work with a casting facility, and oh god, they took seriously like 3 months to give me 4 pendants.
yeah,
Do you
that's
remember those
crazy.
pendants, Henry?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. Oh god, I was calling them every day and yelling and swearing and
When they changed your quote at least once.
yes, they changed my quote. They bumped the price up a little bit, and then they give me an excuse because the wax and the density and
yeah. You don't know how to bid. Is that what?
but yeah, but by then I already had paid them, right? So I was like, okay, yeah, I forward you the other $100 or what have you. Let's
Right.
just get
It's
it
like,
done.
can we get it done?
Yeah.
Real quick, Tomas, can you show us half round?
Half rounds
It's a,
what?
a term you use a lot, but is undefined to some of the viewers.
Hmm. You mean when I was talking about standard, it being a half round brush?
Yeah.
So I just lazy mouse off. Let's increase our roll distance. Lazy step 0, 3, 2. There you go. So that is a half round brush. And what I mean by that is obviously, its profile does this. And how that reflects, you see the reflection is just a bar right here. And so as you rotate, you see the reflection is a bar right here. And so you're always going to get the same reflection line along a round surface. And why that becomes a problem is, let's say you are small. You're doing a set of wings. You go like this, and then you're like, okay, well, that kind of comes up like that. And then we have feathers. And then we have our second group of feathers. And then we have our flight. And see, all of this is going to be viewed really chattery. It'll always look like an illustration because you just have these half round things. Where if you're doing it with layers, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Oh, Form 3 has a lot of detail. Yeah. I mean, Solidscape is. Well, it's funny. It's getting closer and closer every year. It's crazy. Where if you're using clay tubes, you can work it out in layers, right? You're like, okay, well, that's that. They're my flight wing. Here are my bigger feathers. And then here are my little puffy, fluffy feathers. So because I'm working in layers, right? I can come in here and get this little area going. Come back at the next set of feathers. And then you have your fight feathers. And now, when you come in, I'm going to start on the bottom. And I'm just going to do this flat. I'm not actually give you feather stuff because I'm not going to spend that much time on this. Right. And so I can come in, get my feather forms. I'm going to do the next layer. I'm going to do the puffy layer. You can see I'm using the edge of my brush to get me those layers. Use twist real quick. Oop. 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 Now, fill, fill. And now you have things that are actually sitting in front of each layer, and it allows you to define your forms a lot better, because like I said, if you're just coming in with a half round, it just gets chattery and you lose edge continuity, and it just becomes little fluffy edgy lines. So this will actually read a million times better in metal than that. Well, the thing about, a lot of, like, Vogue has made some videos where he's getting really nice parts out of these. And especially if you're going to send your models off for manufacturing, and you just need a model to look at, hold, and, the problem is the software and the support. That's the difference. Like a form, right? Any ding dong can print off of a form printer. Where some of the other ones are they're trickier to get supports on. They're trickier to, and so, it's not necessarily the print. It's how many times does it take you to be able to get a print off of the printer, not necessarily what will the printer do. Because, some of the,
I disagree with your wording, perhaps, because I do not like the Formlabs software. I think it lacks features that are common among free
Okay.
software.
I stop for a second. I'm
Yeah.
not comparing them. All I'm saying is this: you can take a model and put it in there and push a button, and it's going to support it pretty well compared to something that isn't set up to be that easy. This isn't a competition or a challenge between the two. What I'm saying is that if you have no understanding, your most of the things that you're saying or that you bring up are things that are in comparison to, right? And that's not what I'm talking about at all. The other one may be a much better supporter and printer, but very rarely are those like Lychee and those things where I've never done this before. I'm going to walk in and try to print on one of these printers. It's not that easy. It isn't.
So now I disagree with you even more, but let me talk.
Okay.
It is not the supporting of a model that is difficult with any 3D printer these days. Chitubox, Lychee, Formlabs, it's all one click. The difficulty comes with the ecosystem. So when you buy a Formlabs printer, you can only use Formlabs resin with a Form 3 at least. The Form 2 has open mode, blah, blah, blah. But all of their resins have settings already dialed in the slicer. So you just tell it, I'm using CW40, I'm using Black Engineering, etc. Those are the settings that are extremely difficult to get right in Lychee, Chitubox, whatever, because they are not pre-programmed.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Those are technicality. When I say support, I'm talking about putting it into the digital thing and getting it out of the digital thing and putting it into the printer, right? I mean, the thing is that very few people who have absolutely no experience with printing at all can take one of these, I don't know how would you refer to them, prosumer printers or the Chinese printers or, whatever, and just get them to use. And when I say supporting, I mean the whole shebang. I'm talking about the resins. I'm talking about all of that. And a Formlabs printer, I've seen it done at least 10 times, where a person has never touched their printer. They open it up, they set it up, you pour the resin in, and it does what it says it's going to do, and that is print something. And that's hard to do on the other printers. It just is. I mean, it's hard to walk into one of those printers with no experience and be able to get parts that day. For most people, that's difficult stuff. Do you disagree with that?
No.
You're using Carrera to print. That's a good casting house. Carrera is a very good casting. But yeah, I mean, I'm not, once again, don't misunderstand me in the sense of saying, oh, don't get one of those. Because if you can buy one of those printers for $1,000 or 500, I mean, what is that one? It's like $500, and you spend the time to learn to use it, then yeah, some of them are great. I have one downstairs that I haven't. Which one do I have downstairs?
Mm-hmm.
It's the bigger format.
It's not an Anycubic.
No, it's the Mars something.
Elegoo. Yeah, Elegoo.
Yeah, it's an Elegoo. Sent it. Yeah, the Saturn 6K. That's the one. I have that downstairs. I haven't opened up yet. Because I got it and then I moved, and then the garage is in no way, shape, or form ready for printing. It's just, and you also have to remember that you are an avid, what I would say, that maker culture. You know what I mean? I mean, you're very comfortable tinkering with stuff and twiddling with it until it works, And so when I discuss a lot of these things, what I'm saying is that you're not opening that box and making money that day unless you have experience with the stuff. And even then, I mean, I had the Solus. It took us forever to get it set up. I mean, it was, but now it was old. It's much better now. It's all in one box. Trying to get the little plate to work because I had the wrong plate. It was once it got set up. I mean, I think Solus is one of the best printers out there as far as print quality. It's beautiful. It produces beautiful prints, but it's useless for me because it's this big. I mean, I can only get a print like that big off of it. That's useless to me. That does me no good. And so but I'm fond of their well, I mean, once again, I haven't touched that software in probably 2 or 3 years now, but what they were doing with their supporting software, I loved. I thought it was great. Because I'd much rather have 300 half millimeter or point, or what is it? A tenth of a millimeter?
0.1.
0.1, so 0.05 is what their
5
support took.
micron.
Yeah. And then, but it put, at the end of everything, it put like 5 or 7 of these little ones. So it was just covered in these micro supports, but it was great. It just Velcroed off. And because of the shape of them, it was really easy to clean up. It wasn't like taking huge dents out of the surface and things like that. So, I was really excited about them coming out with they had a bigger format one at one of the JCKs for a while, and then that just nothing ever happened with that as far as I know. It's not on their site yet. And that's been a few years, So, once again, I'm not saying that you can't get good parts out of them. I'm just saying that to get good parts out of them, usually you really need to be part of or have the mindset of a tinkerer or that maker culture where, you might have to work on it for 4 hours to get it to do a print or, something like that, where the form system's butter smooth.
Yeah.
In all reality, the form system's pretty darn smooth.
Yeah, I mean, I sold my Photon S and bought a Form 3 because I got sick of dialing in resin settings.
Yeah, I mean, so when I say supporting, I mean that whole program. I'm not just talking about how it supports. I mean, can you put a model in it and get something you can sell out of it the day you buy it? And I would argue that, I mean, like I said, I've seen it. We've seen people who have purchased the forms and have never printed before and printed something the day they got it, And I'm not saying you're not going to get failures and things like that. I mean, it's printing, for God's sake. But I just think, because like you said, the resins are designed to it, and the printer knows what resin it is, and it changes its settings for that resin. And, it removes a lot of the prelim thinking that you would have to do with some of the other printers. But I've been very impressed with, some of the prints that Bog's been getting. I mean, that one printer, wasn't it like $500 or $600? I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah, the resolution's getting wild.
I'm really interested in the Form 3 Plus.
Is it? So I haven't noticed enough of a difference with it.
Oh, no, the new one.
Yeah.
Have you used
a
Form 3 Plus?
No. I'm saying I haven't. From their documentation, not enough has changed for me to be interested in it.
Well, it's 40% faster if that's the case.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, if I were going to try to get them to give me a Form 3, I'd rather have a Form 3 Plus.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's what
absolutely.
Because they changed the whole. Did they change the laser system? Because it was not just the software, right? There was something physical in that. And it'll be interesting, the
flexible build plate is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
That's a thing that cheap printers have had for a while. They don't typically come with it, but it's an optional upgrade that you can buy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a magnetic plate that you attach to the bottom of the build plate. and you could just pull it off, flex it to pop off your models, and snap it back on.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I just wonder if it'd blow my little pieces to pieces.
For the kind of stuff we print, it very well might.
Right, that's like, it seems like a really good idea until it just blows all my pieces apart. It's like, oh yeah, no, you probably shouldn't do it on something that small and fine. But those will fit the Form 3. I thought they were going to change the beds, but it's just an option. That what is it, the electrostatic protected blah blah blah, whatever the new materials are that are not conductive. You know what I'm talking about at all?
No.
They just have, like if you're working on circuit boards or something, you have an environment that is, it's not EDM, that's electric dance music, but but that material is designed to produce like things you put circuit boards on or something like that, right? What's it called? Gmail. I need to call them. ESD. Electrostatic
Charge.
Here. But the one nice thing that is interesting about this is that it was really designed to make final parts. You know what I mean? So I'm interested in what the toughnesses and stuff are on it and what the resolution is. Because the dental stuff I still find interesting. Just because it's biosafe. And that's a big deal for us. What brush do I even have selected there? No clue at all. I wish what's the one that's the rubber fibers? What's that printer called?
The rubber fibers?
Yeah, the stuff that it's like the shoe sole material. It's
From
a complete.
Form?
Yeah, it's a different printer. It's the other.
Yeah, it's called the.
Yeah, it's called the printer. Come on, Formlabs, and with the blog. That thing right there.
Yeah. Oh, the fuse.
Yeah, the fuse. I'm real interested in that material. I just wish that it was higher res. Because that looks like fun. Being able to produce, things that are fine. You know what I'm saying. I love that the bigger printers have they now have the cure and all that for the Form 3Ls wash and cure.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun to use big old rubber parts?
Oh, yeah. It'd be wild.
Yeah. But that's not a cheap system, I bet.
No.
They're supposed to. I have to send them the lamp file because they're supposed to grow one of my lamps in the fuse.
Yeah, it's on the Dropbox.
Ooh, I can remember that. I keep forgetting it. It's everything's always a race right now. Like, ah. Thought I was making headway. Your UI sucks. Do it again. But I'm glad you all brought that up because, I'm just working with the UI trying to figure out locations and stuff, and then I just save it, and I was like right on the verge of dumping that UI, and you're all like, this sucks. You can't just do that. We're making videos. I'm like, oh yeah. Damn it, Jam. Yeah, one of their new one, the
Yeah,
blue waxy one.
we finally convinced Rio to get us a ProJet, and I think it got delivered last week, maybe the week before. They haven't set it up yet, but it's there for us.
Well, I saw the prints were looking pretty good from the one I saw at the show.
Oh yeah, they look great. When we're there in February, we've got Juan's skull ring that we're going to print on a Form 3, a Solus, Solidscape, and the ProJet to compare the differences between.
You should really take that Mayan print ring and do that one.
Too late.
They can't print two rings.
Nope. Well, I mean they can, but we've given them a really long list of stuff they need to prepare for us, so they're already sort of scrambling.
Only because that ring was designed as a printer test.
Mm-hmm.
And it has big details, round, flat details.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to have them print a bunch of stuff for us internally, but for the videos that we're going to make, we're going to use Juan's ring.
Yay! I'm excited. Yeah, I've been checking the all the rings that are on the store.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
neat. Pretty neat.
Is it still? I haven't seen the store. Is it still just that first set? Or have you been expanding?
Plus Vogg's zombie ring.
Hmm.
It'll be the 2 skull ring soon, and then a jumping spider ring from Eric.
I like that jumping
Mantis
spider
ring
ring.
from
It's
Eric.
awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then your no masks, and I think the gas mask ring from you.
Right on, right on. Yeah, those clad owls were really fun too. Need to do those little tiny skull rings too.
Yeah, those will be good.
Yeah. Especially doing them in mixed metals will be cool. Where the crowns, are your touch of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Little tiny bit of gold, it really pops on that.
As simple
Oxidized
as,
silver.
yeah, as simple as those are, we may be able to produce them here.
Only problem, they're simple. They're just tiny detail.
I might be remembering a different set though then, because I don't remember any detail.
Little skull faces.
Yeah.
And then the
I'm
little
almost
crowns.
remembering something else.
They're just little skull faces and crowns. But the problem is, it's like, it's like a 5 millimeter head. It's tiny.
Hmm.
But give it a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you, like I said on that Mayan ring, I put stuff on the back there that I never thought was going to show up. You know what I mean? I did it intentionally to see what wouldn't show up.
Hmm.
And that tiny little flat stuff showed up better than the bigger half round stuff. I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. It's funny when you speak a theory, you practice that theory, you teach that theory, but then you push it a little and you're like, oh, I'm going to push that. It won't work there. And it's like, no, no, no. Yeah, no, you're not. You're right. You're not wrong on this one, man. Like, wow, that is crazy. Um, the Mayan ring was a ring that I did for. Well, Form Labs had a fashion show in New York, or they were part of Fashion Week in New York, and um, they asked me to partake in this little. They had a boutique, they had a display in a gallery or a boutique or something like that, and so I made that ring because if you're going to show off the one thing you do better than most, and that's that super uber detail. And yeah, no, I was blown away by what it did do. Well, the thing we have to do is the beautiful thing about it is that all you have to do is just make an object. Anything that you're making for the game stuff, you can work out, to make something else out of it. That's the beauty of ZBrush is like, I make stuff and then we turned it into furniture. We turned it into lamps. You turn it into, I mean, it's wacky what you can actually get accomplished. It's nice. It's not a either this or that. In fact, I think it's much more powerful because, well, you can use it for everything. It's pretty darn cool.
So what's the... Is there a particular inspiration for what you're working on now? I
Nope.
noticed it lost its cat face.
Don't worry.
I'm devastated.
No, it's coming
Okay.
back. Don't worry.
Okay.
I said that I was getting too involved too early in it
Ah, I see.
because we still had all this up here going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to reevaluate my forms a little. And don't know. No, but have no fear. We will get to the panicked or extremely hostile bunny, cat, or whatever.
Whatever it turns out to be.
Yeah, whatever it is. Can't give up on that quick, right? So here's another use for history. I'm now going to start experimenting with these things overlapping. So I'm going to back up. Come on. You can do it. It'll get far sillier. It will get far sillier than Conan in a minute. But I feel your Conan vibe.
I see your Conan vibe and raise you a terrifying cat face.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No making me laugh when I have water. When I'm stuffing my mouth full of liquids. Bad. That's very bad. Bad, Henry. All right, we're going to make this our history state. Come on. Are you still thinking or something? No. No. Cancel. Everybody cancel. Cancel. We don't want that. We want control. Stop it. All right, there we go. Control tap. Why is that not take? Oh. And now we come back out. I know, I love my Bunnery Sergeant on my Space 8. And so, when you're trying to do stuff like this, and I know that I want these layers sort of weaving and intergoing, it's much easier to come in and that way I have my continuity, right? And all I have to do is throw my history brush on, have to turn symmetry off, and then you just knock that back down so you can... Oh. I wasn't paying that much attention. I have this here, so I need to see if I'm going back. See how it's erasing that. So I need to come back and change history state to where those are there. But I'll just show you right here. So you just come back in. With history, you just knock that down. And then if that's going under that, you just mask that off. And now, clay tubes. We take that back. Find that. And now that is going behind that. And that would cut off there, but that's not there. So, and you can see it's a real fast way to put stuff in, get it sorted out, get it, it's good stuff. Goodly.
You weren't using Morph Target, were you?
Nope, history. See? That's not history brush. History. Let's see, like here, you can just come back in. But I went to the wrong history state because I put that in and dash not where it should be. So we're going to just erase that. And I'm just going to go back.
Is there a difference between history and morph brush?
Yep, morph is a morph. History is a projection. So they're very, very different in that sense. The thing about history too is, you know, once you create your morph, you can't change the location of that morph. Where here, I can turn different tools, different subtool, anything that I click that little box becomes a history state. So it allows me to use it like morph target anywhere in the process. But once again, it's not a morph, it's a projection. So they do act differently. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So see, no, stop that. Why does it jump like that? That's really it. Okay, so here's our history state. You can see it has this in here. And so now I'm going to come in here. I'm going to do what I was just talking about. Let's smooth that out. Let's make this like this. I know I don't want that to be big. No, stop that. Play to. Did I turn my history state off? Hit history. Okay. And now we're going to grab clay tubes. Is symmetry turned on? Mm-hmm. And if we want that to drop back, we hit our history brush, return off, come in, knock that back, knock that back. And then all you have to do is come in and futz with that edge. And now that's behind that. So it's a really easy way of, when you're doing things that are layering or patterns that are crisscrossing. Okay, so the difference is that morph is taking one model and another model, and it's literally interpolating between those. So there is no distortion. There's no stretching. There's no any of that. Where a history brush, let me see if I can do this. Undo. A history brush is a projection. So if I take this at a really steep angle, let me grab it and do that. Is it going to do it for me? Yeah, see here? See this distortion right here? See this stretching? That's because, let me lower my, that's because this was trying to project, right? It's going from what we have here to what it knows was there. But if you catch it where you're going over a lip, it's going to drag all this stuff back and up. So it's a projection tool, where a morph tool, you'll never have that because it's going from one model to another model, and then it's just interpolating form. And so there's no projecting from one to the other. It is morphing. So you have basically two different models, and it understands the steps it took to get between those two, and it's just going to fill that in with a new model as opposed to distorting the one model to fit the other model. It's just creating separate models that have distortion or don't have that kind of distortion in them. Does that make sense? Also, once you set a morph target, you can't change it. I mean, you can slide between the two, but you can't go, oh, I want to go to when I had this. Right? Once you assign your morph target, it's either there or not.
They got it.
Okay. No, I wish it was a morph tool. If it was a morph tool, it'd be really cool. But it's pretty darn cool. Because it's sort of an eraser to any time in your model. You know, you can always just go back and go, oh, well, I didn't like that part. And you just have to find a place where it's not and morph to that, and it works. It's magic. I don't know if I'm going to be able to squeeze rabbit ear. Maybe those are rabbit. Maybe it's just stressed out rabbit.
Sleepy bunny.
Yeah. See you here. Right. The thing is how we work in those errors in here. Either they can come down and be part down here, or somehow we get them to come up and split up here. I think he's got to be wearing a hat that's sticking his tongue out at you. So this is right. So would that be La Liger?
I've seen one of those in a zoo before, I think.
A liger.
A little liger.
Was it a Swiss zoo? Swedish zoo? Oh, funny. Yeah. The joys of weirdness. Well, that's his mouth. This is his bottom lip here. His little buck teeth down here too, right? Ah!
Oof. Instantly got much scarier.
It's just, you know, it's just a little aggravated. This was me today trying to figure out how to get sound to work. All right. Anyone saying anything? Nope. It's pretty quiet out there. I mean, come on, guys. What am I? Here to entertain you? Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I mean, if you all don't know I'm funny by now, what's going on? I make myself laugh all the time. Actually, most of the time. Yeah. Can't believe I lost that computer, man. What's going on with that? That still cracks me up. I'm like, oh my god, you were kidding me. Seriously, I probably spent 2 weeks looking for it. Easy.
Goodness. If you'd have mentioned it once.
Yeah. I was hunting for a computer in my house when we moved. I was like, oh my god, I lost a computer. How could that happen? I didn't lose it. We took it to the trade show and Henry took it home.
It wasn't a secret.
No.
You
I
handed
mean,
it to me.
it was the plan. I just completely forgot. And for months, I tried to find it. Yeah. Issues. I think I have isms. Entire categories of issues.
I believe it.
What's your problem? I have vitalisms. Anyone out there, if anyone has any questions about anything, please ask. I'm more than willing to pause in this amazing design to answer any questions you have. I'm here for you because I'm obviously not here for me. Ugh. Corn dog. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Hmm. What are you gurring over there? Bum, bum. Hmm. Isn't dude has a ratty hairdo. I think we need to change.
It's like a bunny bowl cut.
What's that?
It's a bunny bowl cut.
It is a really bad bunny bowl cut. Poor bugger. Can you imagine having to go out and get a date? You're standing in there. Well, I mean, you might stand out, I guess.
Yeah.
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rabbits and you got the bunny bowl cut, I don't know if that's really going to get your genes to.
I don't know what bunnies are into.
Be fair. Never been on top of the bunny scene. I think there's more Tony scene. Yeah, no, craft's dying, sadly. That was one of the big reasons I wanted to start my little education thing, was trying to get people inspired about craft again.
And I think each craft is becoming more and more compartmentalized. So one person is a stone setter, one person is a bench jeweler. You don't have to know all of it anymore.
And that's just, yeah. You know, the whole mentorship tutorial sort of,
Mm-hmm.
that whole apprenticeship stuff is gone for the most part. I mean, it's still how Germany works. Like, if you want to say you're a goldsmith, you have to go through that whole shebang. There's none of this, hey, I learned ZBrush and now I'm a goldsmith. It's like, no. No, you can't put that card on your card in Germany. No. There are guilds that would be very displeased with you. Oop. Making a mess. Yeah, craft's a tricky thing these days. You know, it's like, well, you know, and here we go. When someone who knows absolutely nothing about what they're talking about, and they just happen to look really good in a tank top, and they stand on the beach in a picture of Bali in their living room, it can convince, 100,000 people that they know what they're talking about, even though they don't. That's what our world's come to. It doesn't matter, the craft, doesn't matter. It's just who you can convince to like you. That's all it is. Craft is dead. We live in a 24-hour popularity contest. Because you're going to get kicked off the island. In a lot of ways it did.
Hey, Thomas, I have a question.
Yeah, sure. I hope I have an answer.
So, I got the Rusty Cyborg earrings,
Uh-huh.
right? The more architectural ones.
Sure.
And I was I asked one or two jewelers, if I design something similar to this, can you cast it? And they were like, "Oh no, I can't cast that. Silver won't cast that."
What are you talking about? Silver casts much better than
What? Oh.
stainless.
Yeah.
Stainless is a
Yeah.
pain in the butt to cast.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I got, like I said, I got the more architectural ones, the ones that are more, which ones I'm talking about, the clasp locked ones. and and then they're the bigger ones. They're not even the small ones. It was like 2 gauge or 6 gauge. I got the 2 gauge ones, right? And that was my example. Like, can you cast this if I make something similar? And like, oh no, you can never cast that in silver. Silver's too hot. It won't flow right. And I was like,
Who said that?
uh,
That's a ding dong. That's
G,
someone who
G,
doesn't
G,
want to cast it, who's just
that's what
lying to you.
I thought. I was just making sure. Yeah, I
No,
was
in
like,
fact,
really?
silver
This is
would
my
cast
instructor.
much better than stainless. I mean, as far
Ah,
as the details and stuff.
right.
Yeah. No, that's an absurd statement on their part.
Yeah, and the moment he said it, I referred back to what you always say. Usually they just don't want to do it, or they're set in their ways, or they just want to
Or they
do
don't know
like,
how to do it, or yeah, I mean, no, that's silly.
oh
And
no, this is a custom place, yeah, in town. So
well, they're a
that's
custom
that's
place that knows nothing about their job. If that, I mean, yeah, that's a
yeah,
silly statement.
yeah. I thought so. All right.
And
And
those aren't even
anyway,
that detailed.
yeah.
Well, I mean, as far as surface details and stuff go, I mean, those are fairly
Oh,
plain design,
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of flat edges on them. I mean, it's very sparing. Yeah. So, but yeah, I was just like, well, all right, well, and I just walked out because like you guys are supposed to be like you're supposed to be one of the better places in town. You're all custom, and yeah,
No,
they're very. You're right. They're not very detailed as far as like as far as your stuff is concerned.
yeah, I mean they're detailed, but it's just the flat plane one, right? It's the ones that are just the flat planes crossing over.
It's got the hook on the bottom, kind of a spine. Uh, you know, it's one of those snap rings.
It's one of
Um,
these, except it's the one that it's sort of even this shape. It just has the flat planes instead of the detail,
yeah, 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 yeah.
right? It's
Yeah, the bottom's got the flat hook, the
yeah,
flat point hook. Yeah, yeah. It's not the more organic one. It's a more structured one.
right. It's just
The
the
other one,
flat. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. And I was like, really? Because I was like, I would think silver would be easier than stainless.
Much
Oh
easier.
no, yeah, like oh no, silver burns too hot. It would never pour right.
Burns too
I was like,
hot. It would never pour right.
yeah,
That's just
yeah,
someone. Yeah, no, that's someone just talking out their butt. For one reason or another. I mean, either they have no clue what they're talking about, or they're just being, maybe they've never made anything detailed. But I mean,
yeah,
you've seen the Mayan ring. I mean, that's
right,
1,000 times more detailed.
right, right. Well, I pulled that picture up, and I was like, so you'd never be able to make that then, definitely. And he was like, oh God, no. It's
Yeah,
like that's how silver. Anyway, yeah.
yeah, no,
So
that's an absurd statement. Um, like I said, it's just it's something they don't want to do, then or can't do, then that's one thing. But oh, silver
right,
burns too hot to have any detail. What does that
yeah.
even mean?
It would never it would never pour right. You couldn't get it in all those cracks and crevices like that.
Yeah, that thing
Yeah.
called a mold. You can never mold silver.
Yeah.
Silver can't mold.
Right. It's I just kind of stopped and looked at him and I was
Like, all right, dude.
oh,
Okay, never
okay.
mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever you said. Sure.
Yeah. I thought as much. I thought several would be, yeah. I was like, okay.
Yeah, no,
Anyway.
that's a complete, absolute, and utterly goofy statement.
Mm. Okay. Thank you for the clarification, sir.
Yeah, of
Haven't seen
course.
you guys in a while.
I know. How
So
have you
just
been, man? What's been going on?
I just been doing a lot with the DAV and taking care of the kids, and then I got a tattoo apprenticeship. So I've been
Awesome.
trying to put in, yeah, I've been trying to put my hours in there just so I can, you know, start doing that legally. So
That's
yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, so I was like, hey, it's Monday night. I'm gonna see if they're on.
We're on.
Yeah, you guys are. So God, it's been so long.
I know.
No, I was asking Henry about when you're doing earrings because I wanted to. I'm trying to figure out how to do my blank because I want to make an earring. So yeah, I was like, I got to figure out how to do the blank properly to start with. So waiting on those, I guess.
Yeah, no, technically that's next. I have after I'm doing chain links right now, and
Oh yeah.
it was, I got the moving and the prepping for moving and the prepping to think about prepping for moving. Moving
Right.
creates great stress in my world, and so
Oh yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I was in a bad way there for a little bit as far as the anxiety, but
No, yeah.
I was working on the chain link, the curb links, and just talking about
Hmm.
chain link stuff. And
Right.
then I got my UI vetoed, so I had to I have to go back and refilm
Oh,
everything. And then today I spent 5 hours trying to figure out what was my sound. Like yesterday, my sound was recording fine. And then today
yeah.
when I went to record, I kept getting this, obvious line noise, right? Because,
Yeah.
when I was recording at different levels, it was always the same level. And I was just starting to lose it. It took me like 4.5, 5 hours of me turning off the computer, unplugging everything, blowing everything out because it worked yesterday. And then today it
Well,
didn't. And doing all that and double checking to make sure I didn't lay a cable over one line. And I was just starting to lose it. And then,
oh yeah, because the power over one line will cause that humming in the yeah.
oh, yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't the 60 hertz hum. It was like a distinct cracking,
Mhm.
and I was just like, oh, you're killing me. And finally, I was unplugging things. I was like, well, I guess let's text the UPS. And I unplugged it from, the surge protector thing and plugged it directly in the wall. It was gone. And then I started going through, and one half of the plug, there's a row here that's surge, and then there's the row here that's surge and battery protected. The side that
Right.
was battery protected, all of them are dead. So it
Oh,
fried last night somehow. And so it was my battery back. Who's ever going to check the UPS? That's not, I mean, especially one that was working yesterday.
right,
Five,
right.
5 hours of me fiddle futzing with something. Just
Oh,
made me want to scream. I was none too amused by the whole process, I'll tell you that.
a little vein over your over your eyes, just pulsating. Yeah,
I was oh, it was not
yeah.
amusing. So
Oh,
yeah, that was sad. Very
yeah.
sad.
I sympathize with the moving thing too. Yeah, because I have to move. I've been moving my grandfather out of his house, so then we can move into that house. But he left all his stuff in the house, but he doesn't want us to get rid of it. He doesn't want to put it in storage. So I'm like, so we got to live around your stuff too.
Right? It never fails.
Right. So we're gonna have three houses in one house, and all my house is still getting packed. So yeah, I feel you, man. The
It's
pre.
horrible. It's a horror show.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah.
I hate it so
Yeah.
much. I can't. It just. I'm not a good mover. I lost a
Oh
computer
yes.
this time. In my move, I
I
always
heard
lose something. Yeah, I lost a computer this time.
the whole computer.
Whole computer gone. No clue where it went.
Henry's like, hey, it showed up at my house.
He's like, you gave it to me when you left the trade show. I was like, oh yeah, I guess I did do that, didn't I? Oh my god, I
Oh, it's
couldn't
good
believe it.
stuff.
Oh, it was
No.
horrible. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, you are kidding me.
Mm.
Totally forgot.
Oh yeah. You're right. That's the worst part.
Oh,
So.
it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I was trying to use like my boss was designing biomech stuff, and I'm like, you know, who's a good biomech guy? my teacher. I should do his stuff because you can do this stuff. You can design this really easy in ZBrush. I mean, it's quicker, you know. And then I was like, and then I sat down on front of the computer and I was like, I don't know how to do any of this anymore.
Yeah, well, that can be
Yeah.
solved pretty easily.
Yeah, yeah. So I started trying to work on it. He's like, "Oh, I thought it could be done real easy." I'm like, "Shut up!"
You're like, don't make me take you out back.
Right? Yeah, yeah. So it's like, oh my god, I've forgotten everything. I'm just gonna have to start class over.
Don't.
Yeah, you guys were talking. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, don't feel bad. I sat down with my UI because it was almost. I mean, it's like a month I didn't really open ZBrush. I mean, a little bit. I was trying to get stuff moved and blah blah blah. I did not sit down and do much work, and I sat down at the beginning of the year. I was just like, what am I even looking at? And then my last UI got vetoed, so we had to go back and change things. I was just like, oh, I'm just such a mess.
Oh yeah. Gosh. Someone asked earlier about, how quick you can get up and running. I was trying to point out, remember Luke was in my class, which was right before Henry's class. And by the middle of Henry's class, Luke had a whole store, like a storefront.
I know. It's crazy.
So, I mean, you guys that are listening, you really apply yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you hammer it, you can get a lot of stuff done fast. It's like,
right. I mean, within 6 to 9, like 10 weeks,
yeah,
Luke had opened a store
Yeah.
of designer jewelry and was doing well.
his store is killing it. It's beautiful. His shop is gorgeous.
Yeah.
His opals are gorgeous. He has a really, really, really good eye for rough. I mean, like, he picks stunning. Yeah. You look at his, like, rough selection, and then all of a sudden you see what he's pulling out of it, and you're just like, wow, man, that is crazy.
Yeah, I haven't looked at his store since, geez, what, a year now? It's been that long. So, anyway. I just wanted to ask questions and touch base with you.
Of course, it's beautiful to hear your voice, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Miss
you
ya.
guys too. Thanks. I'm gonna try to be more active again. I swear to God.
Yeah, you know what? Life is a thing. It's like
Oh,
you're
yeah.
waiting for earring videos because life is a thing.
Yep. Yeah.
It's,
And I like your collection behind you too, sir.
yeah, I got the studio set up a little bit. It's good. I like
Very cool.
Shaolin Cowboy is one of my faves. He's a good one.
Oh yeah.
It's a great comic. Have you ever seen the comic? It's awesome.
I have not. I'm gonna have to look it up. Shaolin Cowboy.
Oh, it's good. What does that say?
Oh.
I turned symmetry off, you dork. There. He has like a bow stick with 2 chainsaws on the ends of them.
Nice.
And his eyes always look closed. He's all like, hold on. And he's pretty well in there. Oh, here. I know what we can do. We got. And now let's go origin view. Oh. Oops. Shaolin Cowboy. See the chainsaw.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's good. I like him a lot.
I froze up. Very cool.
Zombie.
Yeah. That's a great fig. All right. Well, I'll let you go, man. I'll talk to you guys later. Everyone else has got questions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. It's
next
been
week.
pretty quiet. So.
Like you.
Come on. Really? You're just. There we go. Look at that. Woo woo. Turn off Origin View. Look forward to catching up, my friend. Did I paint those by hand? No, no. Those are most of those are 3A toys. Ashley Wood designed most of them. Yeah, no, those were all purchased. I like toys. What's not on YouTube?
A full video from start to finish of you making a ring.
Well, there are
All the way
quite a
up
few
to
of them in
ring.
the project stuff. Not on, yeah, not on
Oh,
YouTube.
we're
Yeah.
talking about on YouTube, yeah.
That's what all the project videos are, or me starting from nothing and creating the parts. All right, maybe he's not a rabbit. There you. Sort of a gopher. I can roll with gopher. Can't hate on a gopher, right?
Can't do it. Not
Hamster?
possible.
He's a little hamster. What do you think? Shape of the ears is everything. It's a rabbit. Arr. And who's licking my head? Rings are probably one of the easier things to start with. I mean, pendants are probably the easiest thing to start with because you could just sculpt something flat. Well, really, all you have to do is slap a ring on the top of it, and anything can be a pendant.
Anything could be a pendant.
Yeah. Rings, you at least have to get a ring size. Oh, yeah. I think we should kickstart this. This will be great. You know how many what are they called? Not iPads.
AirTags?
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many AirTag owners want a frustrated hamster as a case? I think quite a few. I think there's a viable future in,
Got to be at least more than one.
right? I bet we could get at least 5 people to say they'd take one.
Uh-huh. To say it, sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
I'm curious how you intend for this to stay on the AirTag if it's going to be metal.
Oh, I don't think it can be metal
Okay. It's going to be like a rubber print.
or resin of some sort.
Yeah.
I think feasibly, if we split it, hold on, let's do this. I was thinking maybe something like this, where since it's going to be thin, where this maybe has a pin in it, give that, and then let's say it separates there, and you could just sort of pop that open, right? Bend that back. pop that open, drop it in, and then that snaps over and
Mm.
pins in maybe. Or maybe it's down here that does it. Right, maybe it's a crossover. Oop. Where are you? Clay tubes. You're there. You know, maybe the crossover is here. And that just snaps around that.
Yeah. If it's not rubber, then we can go thinner.
Yeah. You know, maybe it splits down that key there. And that just sort of snaps it closed or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's once I have a design, I'll think about that as a problem.
Yeah, that's a tomorrow problem.
Exactly. He definitely looks a lot more tense now than he did earlier as a rabbit. I don't know if the species change was really good for him. I guess now I have to give him a couple more teeth. Is that... Hmm. Took my walk up to 4.5 miles today.
Ooh,
Yeah,
getting longer and longer.
working on it. I may have lost a few pounds.
Wow.
We'll see. I'll believe that in 2 weeks. Right? If you fluctuate between, let's say I was fluctuating between 210 and 210 and 205, let's say. And now I'm fluctuating between 202 and 199, right? But if that lasts a week and then I'm fluctuating between 99, then I'll believe it's weight loss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in anything right now.
Yeah. That's the way to be.
And it's not like I'm in there really weight counting or anything. I'm doing it just I mean, I want to lose weight. Yes. But I'm not on the scale. Oh, I lost 3.6 grams today. No, that's yeah, no. I'm just stoked I'm actually walking.
Yeah.
And it's been a decade since I've exercised. If not more than that, honestly. And Dave's talking about getting one of those water rowing machines. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know that I know of a water one.
It's like it has water in it's the water that's creating the resistance
Huh.
on the pool. One sec, let me see if I can find.
So just more like a real boat.
I think it's one of these things. Where is it? Give me a minute. Looks like this. Yeah, see, it's like instead of having resistant bands or something, I think there's like a little propeller in there and it just rotates around. But there's
Neat.
something about it that makes it, I don't know,
Feel more boaty.
feel more boaty. See, that one has a little rowy thing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about it being a lovely machine. I'm like, Okay. If you put a rowing machine in our living room, I will gladly row. I'll row. You know what I mean? That's something that I would do. A lot of this other silly exercising stuff, I'm not doing that. It's too much drama. Water power, natural. That's not what I hit. It has like little. How come every single one of these I've clicked on is a Walmart? Like Walmart's advertising a lot that if it's just the first one I hit is Walmart, it's funny. Because we know they don't carry any of that.
Not in the store, no. But
Yeah.
they do online.
Yeah, obviously.
But Walmart's online store is basically Amazon now. Like anyone can add stuff to it.
Interesting. Yeah, that's what Jeff was saying. He was like, he just goes to eBay. He doesn't even bother with Walmart or with Amazon because he's like, you know, you can get it from the same seller. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they're tricky that way now. I don't know what to think about that. Well, everyone can't be the best rowing machine. Look, every single one. Best water rowing machine. Best water rowing machine.
It's the best one if they can get an affiliate link.
I see.
That's what all those review sites are.
Aren't the-
They've never actually seen that product in person. They aren't actually doing a review of it.
Aren't there people who actually review things?
Yeah, I'm sure that there are. But
Neither of us know them.
yeah, the top 90% of the search results are affiliate link farms.
It's so annoying. Is there just nothing that's real anymore? So I've been looking at some virtual real estate. So funny. Well, I'm glad you ran into the stream. How are you doing? Yeah, I December was a moving month for me, so I took December off so I could relocate to Southern California. And here I am, relocated in Southern California. Ah, the joy. I've been trying to convince myself that for decades. Nothing's real. It's a holographic universe. I'm just a shadow on the wall of a cave. Oh, I love it. It's funny. I swore I'd never move back to LA. And our new boutique's going to be in downtown LA, but I'm living out in Oxnard on the beach. And well, I mean, we're 5 minutes away from the beach. We're not actually on the beach. But if I open the window, you can hear the waves. I mean, we're literally 5 minutes away from the beach. So that's cool. But it's great because, like, they're really nice big walking paths and stuff. And honestly, it's not very crowded. It's sort of a second and third home community. So there are a lot of people here. And the beaches are great because they don't have bathrooms or lifeguards. So people don't come and just hang for the whole day. So, yeah, all in all, no complaints. But we drove into LA the other day and I was just like, oh my God, now I know why I don't want to be in LA. Why I swore I
Yeah.
would never come back.
I'd still rather drive there than San Francisco,
Yeah,
but I'd rather not drive in either.
right. People were like, so when are you buying a car? I'm like, never. I'm like, yep, if I can't get there by train, you get to come pick me up because I'm not doing it. Nope. I have no desire to own a car. I really don't. And I like driving. It's not the driving, it's other people's driving that makes me nuts. There we go. The bunny rabbit's on top. It's a rabbit that's doing the damn licking. Look at that. Ooh, he's Bunny the Hut. Yeah, it's rough. Bunny the Hut. Did you see, so they, they had the, I guess where I'm going to go with this is Robert Rodriguez ruins everything. He's a poo director. They were having the Book of Boba Fett, and it was going on okay, and I was riding with it okay. And then last week they introduced this street gang, and they have mod Vespas, like with all the mirrors and stuff, like the mods. And it's like, are you kidding me? They're bright, bright candy colors, and they're shiny. There's no dirt on them. And I'm like, there's nothing in name one thing in Star Wars that is candy apple red with not a scratch on it. Nothing. I'm sure that like it's like him revisiting Spy Kids. He should have just stuck with Spy Kids and stuff. Rodriguez isn't my hero. Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. I use the metric system too. Jewelry is like the only industry in the world that's like totally immersed in both, where you buy 6 inches of 3mm pipe. Like that makes no sense at all. I think like Americans can't deal with the metric system if it gets over 150 millimeters, because then they don't have a pair of calipers that have the numbers on them and they can't visualize it. Like, I don't think that 400 millimeters means anything to anyone.
That is absolutely true. I use millimeters for small stuff, and then I have to switch to inches because I haven't had that measuring tape in my brain my whole life.
Right.
I have nothing to compare 18 centimeters to.
Yeah.
Or I'm sure I do have something to compare it to. I just wouldn't know that.
Maybe. The real key is you just divide it in half and then it's inches. I know it's not exact, but 2 centimeters is an inch, roughly. Like I said, that's not an exact measurement, but
Yeah.
if you're just trying to visualize, it's roughly that.
Good. That's very helpful. Yeah, I would love to switch to metric full time, but
The 70s let us down, man.
Yeah, there isn't enough pressure to.
I can't believe they stopped having key parties. No. The Equal Rights Amendment and conversion to metric all failed. Yeah, of course. I assume you're going to explain that? You hit your character limit. Is that what I'm understanding here? Or is the character limit the issue? Well, to be fair, I have limited characters, so. But I hope all the Star Wars fans are totally reaming him for that miserable decision, including those absolutely asinine. It's just, how can you just completely mess up that so poorly? Oh no. I'll critique anything you do in ZBrush. And in fact, now I do far more character critiques than I do jewelry critiques. Wouldn't you say that's true?
Yeah, for sure. Just not every other week.
Well, body jewelry is really standardized. I mean, they're very, there are very specific sizes that work and sell. So, I mean, as far as well, I mean, let's take these for example, right? They just right. It's just a snap, and then for a lot of these, I do them very symmetrically, front and back. But we have these that are directional, right? That goes in a direction. Come on, focus. There it is. Like these have directions to them. Come on. Be focused. You can do it. What are you focusing? But the thing is if you want it facing front, you just put it in that way, and then it works both ways. So I honestly just make the mechanism work. That's more important than anything. Right. Yeah. You're making it for whole sizes. You're not guessing. Well, I guessed. I have no idea I just take something, jam it in, and measure that circumference, and that's how I did most of my earrings. But now that we're selling them, they are actually tied to scale. And you also have to think, for the most part, if you're making custom jewelry, you're actually not making piercing jewelry. Most people are going to get pierced with jewelry that's designed for piercing, like especially for body stuff like this. I mean, I don't know if you can see, but there are gaps. Like that's my earring. I can fit that through that hole. So it's not like you're really, when you're dealing with gauges, for the most part, you're not really, unless they're tunnels, there's airspace and all of that anyway. So it's just, they want them in 6 gauge, 8 gauge, and 10 gauge, or really it's probably 4 gauge, 6, 8, and 10. And then it's just how big a hole do you need, and what are they going to be used for? Because obviously there are a lot of people who have like 4 gauge nipple rings. So usage, you design things for different usages. Hold on, let me. Oh, there it is. You know, these, they were designed as septum clickers. So, you have to have a flat bar. A lot of nipple rings are going to have a flat bar. Right. Here again, that's just a simple clicker, straight bar, straight bar. And as long as you're making them symmetrical, it really doesn't matter which direction they put them in. It's a so those are the model. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that answered your question. If it didn't, please clarify. I'll be happy to answer. Well, all these are all stainless. We have silver, but it's funny because they most of the body jewelry sold is either stainless or gold. There's a lot of gold. I guess there are people who are allergic. More people are allergic to silver because it has, it's 990 or so, it's an alloy that yeah. But most people want stainless. But yeah, I mean, especially things like this, silver's no big deal. My earrings were silver forever because I didn't really have access to anyone to cast stainless. But the one thing I like about stainless over silver, definitely chimes. It's a lot noisier. I like that. Did you put it in Discord? If you post it in Discord, we can look at the picture. I don't think you can upload a picture here. Am I right about that?
You could upload a picture somewhere online and send a link to it, but I looked in Discord and they haven't put anything there yet. Oh, they put it in the Dropbox.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they put a ZTL in.
Oh, okay. I mean, we can look at it and see what he's talking about. It is a ZTL.
Yeah.
I definitely glasses. Oh, you're talking about a piercing like that. I see. So now the question was what?
How is the skin going to swell around the object inserted?
I see what we're talking about. So the first thing you want to make sure is, if you're putting piercings, see how that's going through the clavicle. So you want it to avoid bone. And so, something going through, let's say, the skin of the chest is going to ride much farther out and off than something that's going through, let's say, this muscle, right? So if you're looking at well, here's ring. Hmm. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. So we have a ring. We have our so like if you're just puncturing muscle, you're gonna have a pretty simple just welt. And because it's a ring, you're probably going to have a slightly bigger whelp on the inside because rings are always pulling. But if it's straight, it's nothing super dramatic. You're just going to have and like I said, it'll tend to be more pinchy here because like I said, the ring moving around is pinching. That's one of the problems when people use little rings on their nipples. It pinches and often it'll work its way through because it never really heals because it's constantly tearing because it's a half round, so it's always getting smaller. Where that's why usually you'll get your nipples, at least at the beginning, pierced with a bar so that you don't get that weight issue. Um, so you're just going to have like a little lip there. That sort of shows that it's going in, right? But now that's something that's puncturing down and deep. Now, if you're doing something that's like pierced on that rib cage, right? You only have a little bit of meat there, so you're going to wind up with something that is more like this because it can't sit on the bone, right? What you have, what, 5 mil, 6 mil of meat there, max. So now that's when it's sitting on a rib or someplace with it forehead, right? You're not going to go deep. There's no meat. You're just attached to the skin. That's when the skin then comes up and around. And so it'll be thinner there. Mm-hmm. And so that's purely directionality again as well, where whichever direction it's hanging, you're gonna get the bulk there. And then it's gonna thin out it. Stretcher. Right. And you can have, depending on weights and stuff, you can get in there and give it that stretching or whatever. But really, it's pretty simple. It's just obviously going to overhang in the directionality of the weight. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the skin's going to be thinner up there than it is under. Right, and so that would actually probably, oops, much. Feel a bit more like that. Does that make sense? Hey, Wrath, how's it going? But just make sure, one of the real keys is really making sure this works. This needs to look as if it is coming up and over. And then, that's the inside of the hole. Yeah. That makes sense. Cool. I'm glad we could help. Versus that. Cool. I think we hit numbers and they just sort of freeze at some point because it says we've had 74 viewers for a long time.
Hmm.
I think like it just hits a point where it's like I'm not counting anymore.
See if it says 57 on my side.
Well, that's on
With just Twitch.
Pixo. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the restream. And every once in a while, it just sort of, at some point in the night, it's like, all right, I'm done counting. I don't care. Nope, you have 74. I'm pretty sure it stayed that way. Yep, no, 74. It's all good.
No more, no less.
No, you'll be great. Just breathe through it, little camper. Breathe through it. It'll be great. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I know you want one. You was so wear this with your AirTag.
I would never have an AirTag
Why not?
because I don't own an iPhone.
You don't have to own an iPhone.
What would I check it with?
Your Samsung?
Are you trying to tell me Apple made something that's compatible with something other than an Apple product?
Yep. I am.
Hmm. That's not usually their MO.
Nope. But I think this actually works so well
Mm.
that they're like, well, we're stupid for missing half the phone market. That sounds like an asinine concept. I mean, just
Then, yeah, absolutely, I'd have one.
I just love that it tells me when I'm leaving things behind before I get too far. That's just nice. That's just nice. How we doing out there, kind and gentle folk? We still awake? I've seen no commentary from anyone for a while. I'm feeling a little abandoned. I have abandonment issues tonight.
Tonight.
Well, normally my abandonment issues are I wish everyone would get away and abandon me. What do I have to pay for you to abandon me here? No, really. No, seriously. Oh, I know. Bunny has to have a fez. How do you get a fez on a bunny head? I'm going to have to work on that. Fez. There we go. Tea sounds good. It's funny, I was a little stressed about the whole intermittent fasting thing. Well, not stressed. It was just, because he's like, well, my roommate, he was a trainer for a long time, and he's like, okay, they're actually going to Mexico for something, so they're trying to get into bikini shape.
Uh-huh.
And so, if they're intermittent fasting, well, guess what? So am I, right? Because we're not making food in the house otherwise. I mean, of course, I could always make food for myself, but I'm like, okay, whatever. And so you just go 18 hours without eating. you eat 5:36 and then eat at 2 or whatever.
Yeah, my wife does it from time to time.
And I thought that it was going to be a big deal, or I thought that I would have a hard. I thought that I would be hungry and have a hard time. I don't even notice. They really have to. It's wild. I was really thinking that that was going to be tough. I think I just forget to eat all the time anyway. So it's
That'll
not
do
a
it.
big stretch.
Yeah.
Anytime I do get hungry, I just suck on water.
I just put a water cooler next to my desk.
Yeah,
So a fresh cup of water is a reach away. I don't have to get up from my chair
that's awesome.
because I will notice I'll sit in here for 6 or 7 hours and
Oh.
just not consume any liquids at all. And that can't be good.
Man, baby bottle.
Mhm. Yeah.
I drink 2, 3 of those a day. So I drink a gallon to a gallon and a half of water a day.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean I don't like water in general. So if it's not like filtered and cold, I'm not interested. So this thing
Yeah, no,
cold
that's
the
nice.
water. It chills the water.
It's funny. I get into the habit. It's all I drink.
Mm-hmm.
It was really weird. The last place I was, they had so much soda in the house. I mean, like literally, like 12 cases of the stuff.
Yeah, hell yeah, me too.
And, when it's around and you're having dinner or something spicy and you're like, oh, okay, fine. And I wound up drinking a lot more soda than really, I mean, like it's years since I had sodas. I just,
Mm-hmm.
I just, once you start drinking water, you're not going to drink a soda. I mean, it's not like oh my God, I'm not, it wasn't I'm not drinking sodas again, kind of decision. It was just like, I drink water.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I will say I was blown away, when we were doing it, like doing this, having that one Coke, it was like crack.
Yeah, you went into a tailspin.
Soda, must have soda. But I only drink it on Mondays.
Yeah, I live on soda usually. But now that I have this water cooler right next to me,
I just know that, I mean, like I said, I need to get one of those blood pressure monitors
mm-hmm.
because I know that my heart's like going to explode. With my heart rate that high, I know that something's not right.
Yeah.
But sadly, until I can make a lot more money, I don't know. Healthcare is anything that's really something that I have access to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's expensive.
So, but if my heart rate has any inclination or tie to the blood pressure, which I think obviously it does,
Mm-hmm.
my average heart rate has dropped pretty good since I've started walking this.
Yeah, I bet.
which only makes sense, you know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that I want to say that I've started walking yet, but I have been joining my wife when she walks the dog
Good.
more. And I mean, she walks, it's probably 1.5 miles, 2 miles.
Yeah.
But my reason for doing it to me in my brain isn't to get exercise. Because if the point to me was to get exercise, I wouldn't go.
Right.
The point is for me to learn to use my gimbal that I just bought for my camera.
Mm.
So I follow her and the dog around with my gimbal, learning, you know, how to do pull-in
Gimbally
shots
things.
and gimbally things. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
And also learning like core camera-y things like
Mhm.
shutter speed, white balance, ISO. I just bought an ND filter too. Learning all that.
Nice.
And you know,
Yeah, no,
side effect, now I'm walking.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's not to get healthy. Mine's not to have my heart explode and die.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's-
I mean, those feel like sort of one and the same.
yeah, no, one's, oh, I want to do push-ups. One's, I don't want
Yeah.
to die. Getting healthy and not wanting to die sort of are two different things. Because I love, Tony was just like, oh my God, dude, that's your heart rate. He's like, you are so going to die. Oh, speaking with a man who knows.
Yeah, he's had a heart attack, right?
Yeah. But I love that he went to the doctors and the doctor was like, holy Anna. He's like, did you actually remove salt from your diet? And he was like, well, yeah, of course. You told me to remove salt from my diet. He goes, no one ever does that. He's like you're one of 2 people on the planet that have done that. It's like, well, I'm not saying that not having your heart explode, yes, is getting healthy. But there's a different motivation. Like if my heart, like if I didn't have hypertension, I don't know that I'd necessarily, well, here I'd still walk because it's awesome. But you know, I didn't walk anywhere really else because I don't want to walk around cars and all that crap. You know, who wants to be around that?
Yeah. Yeah,
We're
who wants to
here,
be outside at all or leave their house for any reason ever?
right? No,
That's what I still try to wrap my head around every single day.
When I say the tsunami, we didn't really have a tsunami, but the waves have been bigger. I guess San Diego and that got a little worse than we did. But none of us got it like the little islands. They got hammered. Did you see the video of the
No.
under ocean earthquake explosion thing?
Mm-mm.
Pretty cool. Hold on, let me see if I. HugeTonga.com. Give me the video. Well, here's the. You can sort of see it right there, but the video is pretty rad. Here we go.
Oh yeah, I think I heard you and Eric talking about this.
Yeah. Is that? There it is. Look at that.
Oh
It's
wow,
pretty
yeah.
crazy. And that was an underwater volcano. That didn't, you know what I mean? It was like, it's pretty rad. You see the shockwave going out. It's pretty cool. Well, I mean, it sucks that people ate it, you know, because of it, but good satellite videos. It's horrible when you realize how horrible a person you are. It's like, man, you really have to remind me that,
screen.
like, on video
Yeah,
in front of a
64
billion people.
people.
Like, oh, well, I didn't mean it that way. I meant, science is rad. Yeah, go science. Not the best thing. Yeah, but in the high desert, you're just gonna get, like 185 degrees. There's no getting away from it. I don't think there is a safe place. Yeah, tragically, I'm not super hopeful in that context. I think we're in for a good one here for a bit. When I say good one, I don't mean
Mean
positive.
good at all.
Yeah, I mean, no, but that's called cynicism.
We're in for one.
We're in for a good one. Yeah.
I'm gonna plead the fifth on whether it's good or not, but we're in for one.
I mean, good. I mean, it's going to be an absolute horror show. Don't have kids. It's so funny. The wind was blowing pretty bad the other day. I mean, not bad enough to not go on my walk and stuff, but it was kicking a little. And there's this woman on. It's really funny. It's like the boat culture around here. Like when you're walking around and stuff, like everyone waves at each other. And it's really weird. I was not prepared for all the waviness. I mean, like everybody. Everyone waves at everyone. And she was fighting with her houseplant. And it was blowing around, and I walked by and I go, yep, that's why I don't have kids. And she looked at me like so weird, like, what in the hell are you talking about? I'm messing with my houseplant. I'm like, yep. I don't even want the responsibility of dealing with that houseplant, man. I'm like, nope. If that were mine, I'd let it blow over. I'm like, no, not, yeah, no. No desire for that nonsense. Pets, nope. Want none of it. The high desert's beautiful, though. I mean, it really is. I'm a big desert fan. Deserts are beautiful. They're just so many weird little ecosystems and cool little groovers doing weird little things. And I'm a big fan of Gia monsters. I kind of want one. Because if you're going to have a pet, you might as well have a pet that's so angry about being alive. It's like, I could bite through a car. I'm like, yeah. Good boy. Bite that car. Good boy. We used to go to Joshua Tree all the time in Boulder. God, I don't know if I can actually associate with myself being able to lift my own body weight off of something. That hasn't happened in a long time. That's just crazy talk. My roommate David, like I said, he used to be a trainer. Like he can, like he's like, oh, I could only do like 11 pull-ups today. Can you imagine being able to do a pull-up? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, Gila monsters are so cool. So hopefully by the end of the year, I'll be able to do a pull-up. I know those are high hopes. To be fair, I don't know if that's actually a realistic even hope, but it's funny to say it out loud. Right. Does he look aggravated or just really sleepy? Yeah, we have pull-up bars in the backyard. I figure that I will definitely start. I want to like walk until I lose some weight, and then I'll actually know that something's happening, and then I can be convinced that it's something that can be done. But until I actually lose some weight, I don't know. I still think it's all a story I'm telling myself in my head. It's not real yet.
What's not real? I just got back.
I was talking about doing pull-ups and how my roommate like could do 11, but he's like, I'm so out of shape, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. If 11 is out of shape, I don't know what shape I am.
I was talking about going to Joshua Tree and bouldering, and I was like, gosh, I don't know if I could remember the last time I could actually lift my own body weight off the ground. I'm like, Jesus, that sounds horrifying now. Yeah, he's not looking very aggro.
The top one is aggressively cleaning the bottom one, and the bottom one's just asleep. He's
Yeah,
into it.
you're definitely into it. I want him to be a little crabbier. He's a little crabbier.
That's a little crabbier.
It's going to be really interesting to see the build out on the space. Downtown. It's a cool space. Hey, Dark Grim, how's it going? Anything exciting and new in the UK? What part of the UK? Awesome. We were just talking about where I was living in London, and I have to admit, there are things about London that I miss. Ooh, what part of Portugal? I like me some Portugal. Sapa and Netta have a house in Spain. They were looking at Portugal and wound up in Spain. But Gandhi is a really cool little place in Spain. I have my room in the house. I used to spend half the year over there. But yeah. Needless to say, that all stopped. Hey, I'm going to Spain. No, actually, you're not. Hey, I'm going to Nope. Can't nope. No. So I do all my booleans in folders now. Because if you just do live boolean, it dumps everything as new tools. And I don't particularly like that process. I like the boolean process in folders. Let's duplicate. And let us make a square. W cylinder. Make a ball. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so we have basically our three objects. So now we're going to come in here. We're going to go new folder. Label your folders. It's really important. So we go start This little arrow right there, hit it, boom, see how start is there? So that's the one, um, that's the one that we're basically cutting and adding. You just pick a base shape, right? So in the case like this. And then I know that I want the ball to be a scoop, but I want the peg to stay a peg. Now hold on. I need to, let's do this real quick. W, tap on the surface, straighten out, that way it's 90 degrees. I want to make sure this is long enough to get past the ball. It's long enough. All right, so go like this. So I want this to be additive, right? So I'm going to leave that there, and I want the ball to be subtractive, and there's a little thing right there. So now that's subtractive, and that's intersection, right? So that is, I'm going to have the ball subtract. I'm going to have the pin add. Now, come up here. We're going to go Boolean folder. And so now we wind up with this object. Now you'll notice that the ball cut out of the base, but not the pin or not the cylinder, right? So see how the ball is right here and the cylinder's here? So it goes in order, right? It's like, okay, I'm right here. I'm going to subtract the ball, and now I'm going to add the pin. And let's just reverse that. And now Boolean folder. Did it do? Folder. Oh, you got to turn them off so you can see them. And now Boolean folder. And here you can see that the ball, the pin was added to the cube, and then the ball cut the scoop out of it. So those are your three things: merge, Boolean cut, and then Boolean intersection. And so the other thing is if you were to go let's make this start. So the other thing to know is that it also goes procedurally in the sense of if I go start, it's going to go and do the functions below that, but it's not going to go to the next start. So starts are stops for functions. So I can come here, do this. I tend to hide it, but I also tap start just so it's not even looking up there, right? It's going to stop at that start process. And so let's go intersection. Let's hide this. And we have the shape. I'm going to slide it in a little more. Right? And now we go a Boolean folder. And so it created the shape only where those two shapes were touching. What's up? Right, because I had it turned off. Right, see, I just turned that off. Now, if I'm going to make this statement, if I do this with the two starts, it should give me the cube and the intersection. Let's see. Right, so see, since there was a start there, what it did is there was nothing to be done, right? There's nothing acting on that cube. So it gives us the cube with nothing on it. And then we have the intersection there. So let's duplicate this. Bring this up here. And we're going to take W, rotate it around. Going to do this. And then we are going to start Boolean cut. So now, let's leave. So now we have a start, and this is going to subtract from the square, and then we're going to have the ball, and we're going to have that subtract from the ball, right? You see that? And so now when we go Boolean folder, we get the ball or the cube with a hole cut in it, and then as a separate part, we have the ball with the cylinder cut out of it. So you can do multiple Boolean actions in folders, and it'll do them in order. That make sense? Cool. And you can get it to do all this in the live Boolean stuff over here. It's just if you do it in the folders, like I said, it doesn't kick. Like if you use this live Boolean process, it would kick these two things out here in the tools. And if you're doing anything complicated, you wind, well, if you're anything like me, you wind up doing it like 10 times. You wind up with all these tools out here. You never know which one's the right one. Just keep them in the folders. It'll give you new folders. It's super easy. Of course. That's why I'm here. Did that answer that question? Do you have any other questions about that? I know. I woke up around 8:30, 8:45 to go for my walk. It's like a long night. Oh, it's 2. Holy Hannah.
Yeah, I just noticed that too.
Crazy talk. I didn't get very far on my crabby. My crabby. What, air tag? How come I can never remember what these? Oh, it's so annoying.
You were pretty good about calling them the right thing at the beginning of the stream.
And then I got confused, and then it's over.
Yeah.
The second I get a second of doubt, I'm like, I don't know what it's called. You're like, you call it the same thing. iPod? That's not it. Damn it, Jim.
That's a different thing. A slightly related but different thing.
I don't have one of those. You're like, they come in pairs. Ding dong. I ain't got one of them. Gosh, you're killing me here. I'm going to definitely have to keep everyone upkeeped on the angry whatever it is with a rabbit licking its forehead. AirPod, AirTag case. I think this will be a big seller on the Apple Store, don't you?
Oh yeah.
It's all like, it's like, you gotta get up and walk. I'm like, no, no, I walk 5 miles in the morning. See, I need to put one of these in my pocket, and then that's just the. We found him here with this sourpuss thing in his hand, going, I don't know where my husband is.
Well, you should put one in the pockets of the people that you walk with.
Right?
And then it'll start going berserk if they ever try and leave without you.
Yeah, see? Good point. This is The beginnings of my Sourpuss AirTag case. So see, they make these lovely little plastic things for your AirTag so you can attach them to things. And I decided that's a dumb case. So I'm going to make it cool. Right. Like, okay, this is clever, right? Can you explain this one to me? Am I missing something here? Right, you're supposed to lash these around things, right? So you put it
Mhm.
through here and you're like, okay, look, I got this lashed, right? And what is that? Oh, yanked that right out of my ear. That was very uncomfortable. Right, let's go back to it. What is that? What how is that useful or helpful? You got this big plastic thing just sticking out there.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? Anyone?
No.
Apple makes these like little tracking things so you don't lose your keys and stuff. And they work really well. They're awesome actually. Because they're one of the first things that, like, if you have it attached to your bag or whatever, you can get, I don't know what the perimeter is, but you walk away from it and it actually signals your watch and signals your phone and says, hey, um, you're leaving your stuff behind. And I leave things behind. So it winds up being a really kind of helpful thing. And they work really well because unlike all the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi things, there's no range on any of that. And if you're more than 10 feet away from it, um, it doesn't, it doesn't work. Where these things ping any Apple device that's anywhere near it, it'll piggyback on the signal and ping. So you have a really accurate, um, as long as you're around things, right? I mean, if you're out in the country, nothing's going to track you. I mean, there are satellite things, but that's not $20, they're just really accurate, cool, taggy things.
Yep.
And I
That
have a
was
few
Apple's slogan for them for a while.
really rad taggy things.
Yeah, really accurate taggy things, I
Yeah,
think.
I was pretty sure that was. I got that right from their advertising. I thought, or
Mm-hmm.
at least I felt that. Oh yeah. All right, I've entertained myself. Hopefully, I've entertained you.
As usual.
No, it's not RFID. It's actually,
It's GPS.
yeah.
Well, it's not really GPS though. It's
It
every Apple device is creating a mesh network and it is constantly Bluetoothing out its signal. I mean, at its core, it is Bluetooth,
yeah,
but it's Bluetooth that piggybacks off of a mesh network you don't know exists.
right. And it's not like it's not. It's just like a ping. I mean, it's just so all the Apple, iPad, anything connected to the internet, your watches, your
Come on,
phones.
Ray.
What?
He just screamed, so you have to charge it.
No, it
That he
has a battery that lasts. I think they say like
like
6
5
months.
years or something.
No,
Oh,
I think it's 6
is that
months.
it?
Yeah, no. I mean, suckers ping
And
in
then what?
24 hours a day. You just
And then
twist
when
it
you
and you change the battery.
oh, okay.
No, it's super. It's just a twisty thing. It's not a. It takes like a watch battery. I wish they were rechargeable. That'd be nice. All right. I think it's that time. Is it that time?
It feels like that time.
It does feel like that. That explains why I was getting dopey because I'm tired. I wake up
Yeah.
early now. Well, it's not a conspiracy. It It's a tracking device. It's exactly what it is. That's what. Oh no, people have already complained because a stalker put it in her purse and, followed her. I'm like, but that stalker was close enough to you to put that in your purse. You know what? They could have just followed you. Or you could go on Amazon and buy any number of tracking devices that will do the same thing. The problem is that because it piggybacks off of every Apple device ever created, it's really accurate. And so they're like, oh, it's a scary, raper token. It's like, come on, someone actually made something that does what it's supposed to do. It's so nice. It's amazing. It works. Oh God, No, well, actually, I have done research on stalker tracking devices. They weren't necessarily called stalker tracking devices. They were called tracking devices. But, you can buy the things that track people's cars and stuff. You just throw one in the back of your car. If it gets stolen, you know where it goes. Put it on your bicycle. Guess what? If it gets stolen, you know where it went. I don't know. Yes. Can it be used for evil? Sure. But you know what? I mean, that's...
So can everything else that Tomas loves.
Right? Look at this. I could follow you home and stab you with my little scratchy fingers. Oh, yeah, scratchy finger. I just think it's silly. Of course it could be used to track someone who doesn't want to get tracked. But so can anything else. I mean, like, I could throw my cell phone in someone's bag and track that. So now we can't track our phone. Don't get me started on this. And it's like, oh my God, someone finally makes a product that says it does what it does. And everyone's like, oh my God, it does what it says it does. Like, yeah. Shocking. Painful.
Right.
All right. So, subscribe on YouTube. Is it like on YouTube too?
It's like and subscribe, yeah.
Okay, hit like and subscribe because those algorithms are really important to us. It's super helpful. And if you want to be notified, there's that little bell thing. You can hit that little bell thing too.
Mm-hmm.
And come visit us at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop if you want to learn how to use ZBrush. Join our Discord. That's a good one. Join ZBrush's Discord. That's a good one. Am I forgetting anything?
No, I don't have a button for that.
All right.
Buy ZBrush.
Buy ZBrush. Come on, guys. Buy ZBrush. Even without the free upgrades. I mean, seriously? Just do it. Really. You won't regret it. It's worth it. Trust me on that one. Yep. All right.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yep. Thank you, everyone at Pixelogic. And I guess it's now in Maxon.
It's still Pixelogic. No, it's still Pixelogic.
Do I have to thank Maxon as well? You're like, Tomas, that's not the name of it. I'm like, oh.
I mean, that is the name of it.
Oh wow! Woo, look at me go!
Yeah, you called that right. But Pixelogic is still a company. They
No,
just
I
are
know.
now owned by another company.
I was just being silly. I'm just being silly. Yeah. All right. I will see you guys next week, and we will do crits next week.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that's all I got. All right, kind and gentle folk, have a lovely week. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. That is not OBS. Hope everyone enjoys themselves. Find a little place to have a little fun and don't get hypertension like my heart's going to explode. Don't do that. Bad heart. Okay, I think that's it. Have a great night.